Well, hello everybody and welcome back. We are covering the one, the only, the King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs King of the Hill Tournament 2025. My name is DiChiria. I will be covering this one along with you guys today. I'm looking forward to seeing who joins the Queen, Chrissy Grimmel, as the King, as we got a good match here. John Beard and Pat Cole to start things off for our first match of today. Looking forward to seeing this one. Let us know who you're cheering for. If you want to see some great matches, you're in the right spot. We got plenty of them coming up to the main board today. I'm looking forward to seeing every one of them. This is Pat Cole at the line for those unfamiliar. But if you are a Florida darts fan, you have to know the legend John Beard, mainstay of the Florida darts scene for quite some time. Has done plenty of accomplishments, including on the steel side of the game, especially. Looking forward to a fun day of darts. First place for this, $1,000. Second place, 500 bones. So not too bad of a payout, and some great names in the bracket. Notable exclusion will be Danny Baggish, originally signed up to play, but after some unfortunate news with Truin, not able to play in the field today. So we're going to have to see who ends up getting that win. As I do know Kenny Doyle won the last 2 years in a row. Don't know if I actually see him in the field this go around. So we could already be set to have a new winner just by that regard. Year one was Jesse Gore, if I'm not mistaken. At top four last year, Kenny Doyle, Shane Watson, Brian Dennis, and then Tim Adams. It's a strong top four. Still got quite the battle going on. See, JB starting to make a stand after a slow start. Has raised his average 0.4 above, but is facing 3 numbers down in deficit. Needs to try to grab 1 or 2 of those numbers on this turn. He's clawed his way back into this position already. It is a race of 3 on this winner side, so take a little bit of a gamble. Like there, my first start would have been at 20. Bales, that one does look like it was out at 19. I think with that shot, you just need to know when to pull the parachute. So if you throw your first dart at the 20 or 19 or 18 and it doesn't hit a trip, you immediately know to go back to your points, continue to add on to that point lead. Kaylin saying Jeff Adams is going to come out hot. I'm feeling it. Well, there you go. Early picks from Kayla. Don't know if I have any firm predictions. I predicted last time the Chrissy Grimmel Kayla Myers Queen Seat Finals match, so I will say that was pretty solid. Although I mean, with those two, it's hard to say that that's not a bet anybody would consider taking. A couple of different interesting names in the mix. I don't know if I have a super strong this is who's going to take it individual today. I'm going to be honest. I think this one's kind of wide open. So wide open. Why am I not playing in it? Well, this is getting interesting here for John. First start trip. Does he take the swing? No, he's going to stay. If you're going to do a stay like that, you're trying to afford yourself to still approach with more points in the next visit. Beautiful 9 mark from John Beard. It's a huge dart in helping his cause. And just on the wire there into the 1. Not going to be happy with it. Just 2 marks on the turn. Needed to find at least 3. John could potentially steal this leg away just yet. Finds it without a question. 12 points, 15 as a bull. Does that successfully and then some. Has a 6-2 advantage on the bull plus the 15s. John Beard masterclass of comebacks on the corner pockets. That's going to be kicking himself a little bit. Not often you lose while having 3 numbers up and a point lead going to the corners. But if there's anything to go by, it's just that it's the first leg of the first match of the first day. And there ain't nothing to fret yet. Especially in a race of 3, got a little bit more time. That's leg number 1 on the board for John Beard at a 4.88. Again, after coming out ice cold, massive correction. John says, hey, young timer, you can go ahead and set that up. As I think he was also just confirming the format and the setup process. But here we go. Should be loser start. They're just going to be confirming that format real quick. And there we go. Now we got Pat going things underway. I think John was just making sure that is exactly how that was working. Again, first match of the day. Tournament started right on time. These guys are wasting no time about it. I am curious to see who really does get the title. Again, still looking. Still not sure if I have a strong pick for someone I'm going to be like, yeah, there's a couple people I want to see win it. Like, I'd love to see like a Ryan Brogan run would be really cool. I think Austin Braswell has a great chance to take in this one, this go around. Very interesting name in the bracket. I think he's in a good spot of the bracket. I always jinx Patrick McLeavy, so maybe him. Shane Watson did get second last year, but I will say it's probably struggled a little bit since then. So then you got like Gabriel, like new on the sponsorship train, if I'm not mistaken, trying to do some stuff as well. So anything's possible. This feels wide open with no Kenny, no Danny. It makes the field feel way different. For years, that effect was like the Chrissy Kelly or the Chrissy Murph or the whatever top 2 females you wanted to name. If you didn't see them in a bracket, you thought the bracket was way more feasible. Well, that's what happens when I see this bracket. I don't see one's the sort of name where I'm like, this person has to win this. Pat doing another good job of starting off a leg just fine. Start off the other leg quite well as well, and then just fell apart towards the end. See what John's able to do. Oh, second dart looks so pretty. Kicks low on the first. Just finds a single 18 on the last. Could have been a lot more damage. Instead, it was barely a scar left. Pat should be able to continue to dictate this game. Does get the close in the second. I like the third dart there as well. Go back to the 20s. Played a little bit safer. Make it so that way 2 trips doesn't all of a sudden give John a free shot at your 20. Now John's fishing to stay downstairs for 7. Well, so far the fishing's reeling results. Finds our second 9 mark of the day, John Beard. Beautiful 9. Do appreciate how many of you guys tuning in. Give some love to King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. Again, thank you all for doing what you guys do, getting things up and going. Julio and the gang, Odie and the gang, whoever else has helped out. Shout out to you guys. This tournament's always a beloved one in the Florida dart scene. And one, again, you guys got to stop hiring me to stream because I want to start playing in them. What the heck, guys? Good last start there for Pat. Put some separation. 90 points is now pushing John to try to say, hey, hit your third 9 mark of this match. Why don't you? Under the wire. Good looks. Not going to collect a big one. Last one you can see, tried to push over top knowing that he wanted to get on those barrels. Put a little bit too much gas. Hit just the 3. So Pat, careful calculated turn here. 2 big singles. Make sure you get at least 1 dart to return the points. You can't really turn out left or right. That's fine. Now you got to follow that dart. You can see followed a little too well. And doesn't get the close. A massive opening now for John. One that neither of these players were expecting. Something where the turntables really turn here if you're John. You expect this shot to get punished. So far, that's a little bit of damage. 29-point difference. With the X on the 17s, I think I would stay. Especially with plenty of room in that triple. He does go up, though, and finds it. John Beard, in suspense, nails that one. That's a crazy deflection and a crazy switch just because of the risk. You're leaving your opponent a potential 7 mark to close your 17. But to be fair, the way Pat was hitting the 20, I don't really blame the shot selection either. See if it hurts. I would still close the 17. Yeah, that last star, I think you close the 17. If you hit a single 17, then your opponent just has to hit a 6 mark to do damage. Right now, John only has to do a 4 mark. Really a 3. Because once he closes there, that's great positioning already. You can try to shut this leg out. He trips that 15, he seals it away. And he doesn't, leaving the opportunity back over to Pat. Lisa asking how many guys turned out today. 43 guys turned out today. So I think the ladies had him beat this year. Good job, ladies. Ryan Clark saying, I think it's a Jeff Adams kind of day. If you're Jeff Adams, you would have to agree. Pop the 17. Misses the big 17 again. Pat having some struggles on the big number. John told him to just kind of give a little hip check in there. But really, again, not as much punishment as possible. Very winnable game. All over that bull. Yeah, he went to the 17 the last. He felt like the last one could have been a guaranteed double. The way it was positioned, the way those darts could lay in. JB to get 2-0 advantage does do so. See, kind of taking a little bit of a sigh of relief. Should be one more leg, right? If I'm not mistaken. Race to 3 format. So we do have our sideline reporter, Megan Watson, commenting along saying, Austin for the win. Wild cards are Stephen Martin, as he has been playing great lately. And Brendan Pritz is always solid. And dynamite drop-ins there from Megan. Yeah, actually, I haven't watched Pritz playing to quite some time. I think the last time I probably watched him throw darts was in Chicago for the bullshooter finale. That's probably the last time I recall. Looks like there's some form of confusion going on. We're gonna let those guys talk it out. But overall, I do think that Austin for the win. Pretty good take. I'm not allowed to make that take because he claims I'm a jinx. Steve Martin did just win his first round against Zach Vance. So that prediction is still a live one. Alrighty, boys, here we go. Pat Cole to get the start in leg number 3. This is where it's going to get dicey, right? He started off so well in all those legs, but wasn't able to produce results. This one, he's not starting off well. Gives John an early opportunity to do some pretty quick damage. John is like fine wine. He will get better over time. That is the kind of dart player he is. That's what makes him so grueling to play, and especially a longer format match is he just knows how to stay in legs. He knows how to keep himself in there, and he's really good at keeping his own mental leveled. And if you can do that in darts, you're above the rest of the pack. Trevor saying, Nick, you were all over the streaming world. Yeah, it's because they couldn't get anybody else. That's actually the Nick DiChiria career method, is be in the room where no one else wants to get picked and then just be the guy that gets picked. And that's here. And now you guys get to suffer my ugly voice over these beautiful darts. John Beard, beautiful 6. No, but jokes aside, I am always grateful for Eclipse Designs and King Seat for bringing me on to do this tournament. It's lots of fun. I'm glad we finally got around to doing the ladies. Seeing their darts last weekend, specifically that Queen Seat match of Chrissy Grimmel and Caitlin Myers, was thoroughly impressive. Watching Jamie Lee do what she was doing the whole day and get her run falling just short at the end by a heartbreaking steal from Caitlin Myers. I mean, it was some really fun stuff that we saw. Recommend you guys go back and watch the VOD on that one. Pat facing some trouble, still has that 20 open, has not given himself an opportunity to be able to close it. I want to see that close sooner rather than later, but this turn wasn't going to be the one to do it on anyways, with already a single mark from John on the 17s. Was trying to get himself some stable footing. John's going to do anything but let him feel stable. Well, that might help. That not as much. Does get the close. I love that 20 look at the last again. Just try and do a little bit of a push off. You want to make sure, especially in a situation like this, you're John, you're up 2-0. You have to do nothing fancy. Your only job is to make sure your opponent doesn't get a free shot at your number. If he doesn't get a free shot, the amount of work he has to put into to come back on the 16s and 15s against 20s is just a lot, especially with facing the pressure of already being 2-0 down and knowing that you're going against John MF Beard. Frustration close from Pat there. Does grab the 20s. Doesn't really change the needle of this match. So you expect John to go and grab one, if not two numbers here. The only way this pays off is if he grabs no numbers, which could happen. No. Never in doubt. 83 points is now the difference maker between these two. Meaning a 9 mark on the 15s would be needed to keep the run alive. And with just 4 on that, you expect John to shut down the door and be an advantage going into the bullseyes. Finds the 15. One more bull. How about 2? John Beard does go ahead and get that one done. You can see Pat give him a big smile and laugh in classic Pat Cole fashion. That guy loves to have a good time. Of course, John just doing John stuff. Good stuff indeed, and great way to kick off our coverage here of the King of the Hill tournament, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs, 4th annual. How about that? Tournament's been flying on by. Seems like just the other day I started hearing about this tournament. Now we're on our 2nd year streaming the King of the Hill, first time streaming the women, and we just been cruising along. I'm here for every second of it, folks. Taking a look, I'm going to go ahead and put that link in chat. This is where you'll find the bracket for all of our coverage all day long. We're going to be covering this bracket to completion, as it should be a good time. Looking forward to seeing it all. We got Jason Watt in here, Karen, Trevor, Megan, Lisa, Ryan, and so many others. Appreciate each and every one of you for all the love and support. Next up on our stream board, Adam, I can't pronounce his last name, going up against William Tenney. Looking forward to seeing that one. Should be just a moment's time. These guys are going to be pretty quick to get to these boards. And once that match is ready, we'll get back with more commentary. I'm DiChiria. Don't go far, folks. And we're back for another great matchup here in Holiday, Florida for the King Seats and Eclipse Designs 4th annual King of the Hill tournament. My name's Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage of what should be a great matchup here. We got William Tenney Wires taking on Adam Wunglock and what should be a great matchup here. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how this one plays out. I don't know either of these gentlemen as well. I do know I've met these guys. I've talked to Adam several times. But that being said, I don't know enough to be like, yeah, this is clearly who's going to win this. So looking forward to seeing what you guys think of this matchup. Who's going to win this one? Let us know. Luke's asking where this is at. This is at the King Seat Bar and Grill in Holiday, Florida. They are hosting this as the 4th annual one where they do the King of the Hill tournament. Last Saturday was the Queen of the Hill tournament, which actually had, I believe, 44 ladies. This has 43 men today. Winner of this match would get Austin Braswell or either Rick Barta or Dylan Bowers in that round 3 matchup. This is a round 2 matchup. Both these teams did have buys, so it's their first match of the day. Ryan saying he's taking Adam. I'm just going off the name on the sheets. I can't exactly go with the guy named Wires if he's actually hitting wires. Unfortunate there. 7 mark of a whole lot of nothing. Trevor, that's correct. It's actually is 42, but 43 signed up is what I was counting, obviously. Fortunately, Danny cannot actually play in the field today. This is a pre-registered tournament, but with everything going on with Truin, I believe that they were able to get him fully refunded and everything. And in fact, Julio said that their hearts go out to Truin and the Baggish family. Adam should be able to capitalize on this opportunity with 19s and 18s in his pocket. I want to see him play this, go down, grab some damage on the 17s, and then over to the sides, especially if you can do it in 2. Does it in 1. Moves to the 15. Awkward position on that second dart. I don't want to stay. Yeah, that's where that's totally fine. Finds a 16. You either point or you go ahead and try to open a different number on that last. Well placed start. Luke is saying, did they do a flyer for this? Might need to travel to it next year. So I do know it's always right at the beginning of March. The best thing you can do is follow the King Seat Bar and Grill page on Facebook. I will go ahead and link that in chat for you, so that way you can keep up to date. They do a lot of big tournaments, so definitely worth the follow, especially if you ever find yourself in the Florida area. This is a link to their page. David Lorena in the chat saying, don't sleep on Wires. He'll play better than this. I have no doubt about it. This guy looks serious. Like, you look at this guy's demeanor and he looks like he is ready to put on a show of some kind. Then just the expressions there, the body language, built like a guy that wants to put on quite the show, and more than the 2.33 he's currently showing. Adam, not really pressured too much in this leg. It's kind of been coasting on through. Just leg number 1. It's their first match of the day. Too little data to judge anything off of yet. Race of 3 is our format. Just gives a little head shake there from William. Not happy with that. Has to readjust the song. Was getting too much in sync. Wanted to mix it up a little bit. Or he's going headphoneless. Bold move, Con. Doesn't quite finish it off, but puts himself in pole position for leg number 1 here. Nice hat trick from Wires. He said, no headphones. I haven't missed since I took them off. Statistically speaking, he's gone perfect. Adam does get leg number 1 on the board with a 3.82 to get things going. As Paul joins us in chat, says, hi, guys. Paul, how's it going, good sir? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Let's see if wires can correct course. Let's find the trip on the second and on the third. Definitely a better start than the last leg. Getting things off and running. Rich Turbans saying, what's up, Nick DiChiria? How's it going, sir? Oh, but Adam to answer right back. It's a 9 mark. Third one of the stream today. Other 2 hit by John Beard. We'll see if I actually remember to keep track of those today, guys. I trust you, chat, to keep me accountable. That 2 mark's going to feel frustrating, as it now just leaves a free swing at the 20s. I'm Adam. I'm thinking this is as free as can be. Drill that first one, hope it becomes a trip, but should be able to get the close. I don't like to start the 19. I think your main goal this turn is to grab the 20. Yeah, I don't like that shot selection. You start there. Now, if you want to bail after hitting just a single, then so be it, if you want to play conservative. But your main goal, and you have to ask yourself this when you're setting up your shot selection, is what do I want to accomplish in this turn? And I think in Adam, being in the point advantage position, would always want to close that 20. And he should be thinking, what gets me that shot that makes sense? Like here, even if you hit a first start trip, you're staying down for 2 darts before shooting the 20, as your main goal is to get the point lead. Now you can swing it if you want. Again, opts to stay down. I don't mind the stay as much in this scenario. 29 point difference. 19 does add another 20 that has to be hit. But you're not really doing yourself any favors either. Another 6 mark. Good shot from wires. And so far, Adam has not had an opportunity better than that one where he was facing point advantage of 14 point advantage going to the board. When you play this point game, you have to say, all right, I'm trying to afford myself a better opportunity to shoot at that number with the point advantage. At some point, you're going to have to bail or recenter on that strategy, but not much Adam can do until he finds a new number to get stable on. Julian Fernando. That guy's pretty good. How's it going, sir? Welcome in. Adam's fishing for 2 trips on this 19 now. In some trouble. One more trip helps a lot. Doesn't get it. So now 19s are expected to go away this turn, which is why your mentality shifts to, okay, I should start 19, get that close. I don't agree with this. You need 2 single 19s to close. You got it there on the risky path, so that's a good shot, right? I mean, you can't discredit the shot now, but just you're adding a lot more potential for you to miss and it to hurt. Shoot it in a way where your misses don't hurt you as much. That's always going to be the recommendation. That being said, I probably wouldn't get past round 3 in this tournament, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. '18s are gone, and now Wires has some control in this leg. He's going for the 200 point limit, which I don't even think they're playing on the 200 point version of the game. So there is no limit. So Adam facing a lot of trouble in this leg now. I think he definitely just got pigeonholed on the 19 a little bit, and I think a little bit self-inflicted. Because you can see him, his average is increasing since getting to shoot at different numbers. He's playing a lot more similar to how he was in the first leg now. The Wire's anything but similar to his first leg. Definitely looking a lot more comfortable and hitting some good shots. Crowbar Darts in the chat saying, "What's up, y'all? What's going on, Crowbar? Thank you for tuning in." Yeah, you can tell that last hour starting to quick from Adam. He's thinking, let's just go to this next leg here. This leg's pissing me off. I don't blame him. Sometimes that can happen, but it would only mean it's 1-1 in a race of 3. So again, no alarm bells going off if I am Adam. I'm just thinking, all right, take a deep breath. Let's recenter. Let's get ready for the next one. Oh, that's going to be a tough dart to get around. Can you get underneath it? Now you can't. Yeah, the last one was just whipped up there as well. Very frustrating placement of those first 2 darts. Admittedly, I'd be saying some words to those darts after. Let's close on the 15s. So onto the bulls we go. Adam to try to take a last stand on him, but knows that the next leg is imminent, barring catastrophic failure from William. Not going to take it in this portion of the leg. Does find one bull in the last. Sometimes those bulls evade you at the very end, and you're getting frustrated. Like, come on. I just want to finish this up. Let's get a new leg. We both want to reset. Those bulls at the end of cricket legs are hard. Just like those big singles at the end of 01 legs. See, that's Jeff Adams over there to the right. A lot of people picking him in the audience to do well today. Still no finish line yet. Adam hasn't been able to do much to help himself out either. Needs a lot of points. 6 bulls on the turn. Gets him back within 5. Wires does find the bull in the first. Needs one more still. Does get it there. You see, he had a little kick with it. He's having trouble getting that juiced up all the way. But fires away, making it 1-1 in this matchup. And we'll get the start here. Again, I just think that last leg, you have to just be careful. I don't think Adam's still thinking about the shot selection at all, but you have to be careful because that was a leg where I feel like he was in such a good position early on and let it snowball pretty quickly. And you don't want that weighing heavy on you still. As he only starts off with a 1 mark in leg number 3, giving William a great shot early on. And then return to sender. Now what you want to see, Wires living to his name, not able to collect. This is definitely some first round blues for both these gentlemen. And then immediate recovery there. Adam finds a 7. Two single 19 should get the job done on this visit. Again, taking that riskier approach and doesn't collect on the second dart, and it's right in the wire. Just don't love that selection there from Adam. I really do feel like he's making his darts work harder than they need to at times. I'm not saying that closing, I love conservative point strategies, don't get me wrong, but there's a point where when playing conservative, you're letting your opponent just also get free shots at the same number multiple times. Like right here, there should be no question. Two single 19s and then go back up, because if you hit a trip 20 on the last, you're golden as far as getting outside of nine mark range. Lots of frustration. Adam only able to collect the trip 20 last. Could have been a nightmare turn, instead just into a fever dream. Just gonna have to sweat that one off. Kayla Lynn saying probably all the crap talking last week. You can tell this is some early morning. It feels like early morning Sunday commentary. It's 4 p.m., but my brain apparently is not all there. I almost read your comment word for word, and then oh, look at that, Mackenzie Wall tuning in saying Nick. Let's see if she's yelling. I'll yell back, Mackenzie. What's going on, everybody? Thanks all for tuning in and hanging out with me today. Hopefully you guys are all having a fun Saturday, doing very, very cool things. Maybe having some nice weather somewhere. And if not, well, hopefully at least you're comfortable inside watching darts with me. Good last start. Sneaks it in underneath. Does regain that point lead. Now this is where a conservative shot from Adam totally makes sense to me. Staying on till you hit 5 or 6 marks. Tee it up. You have 2 numbers. You're down a little bit in points. You have the higher numbers. Fortunately, not really giving himself many chances, as he was only able to collect 2 marks. Good 5 mark. Wires continues to fight back in the leg. Allison saying, I'm just throwing this out. The Queen's tournament was all fun. These men are serious in here right now. Yeah, you know how these guys are. They're all old and crotchety and grumpy, and they just want to have their trophy and get their big masculine dart points for being a big winning man. And the women over here like, so anybody doing shots? Okay, I'm doing shots. And that's the difference between the Queen of the Hill and King of the Hill tournaments, brought down to 2 senses. Well, so they did have a lot of fun streaming that Queen of the Hill tournament, though. I love watching ladies darts and getting a chance to properly highlight women, and just seeing all the different talents on the dartboard, and continuing to see why Florida cultivates some of the best, if not the best, women's dart scene there is on this side of the equator. This hemisphere? Whichever. Wasn't sure which one I was going with. I lost commitment to the bit halfway through. I'm getting in more and more trouble. He's not been too favorable in extended point battles. He's done well early on and getting jumps, but in the extended point battles, that has not gone his way. And this time he hits a big shot, finds a 9. Good shot from Adam, our 4th one of the day. Kayla's saying they got big old heads, the girls don't. Hey, you know, as someone with a big old head, I can never wear hats. Sometimes they're just born that way. They can't help that they have big old heads. But no, I hear you. 16s to get closed up. Does do so, evading a close leg. Gets us a breakaway at the very end of Adam almost successfully fighting back from that 18th position. Gets denied towards the end of that battle. So Adam to get 3 bulls for a 2-1 lead in this matchup. Finds the first one, kind of covers the double a little bit. And get one more in there for the hat trick. How about a double on the last? That's a 2-1 advantage for Adam. But Wires William Tinney does get the darts in this next leg, has a chance to make it into a last leg decider, and then you can control your own destiny with the diddle. Dave Lorena saying, I have a Rottweiler head. You know what? To each their own. Not gonna yuck your yum. Speaking of big heads, though, Justin back there, that's a man with a big head with voluptuous hair. Here we go. Slow start for William. Adam struggled on his start last time. Was able to get away with a good start regardless. And gets a 6 to get things going. He's going to be happy with that. Curious to see your shot selection. This time attacking the 19s directly. Oh, you got to pull the parachute. That's going to be a frustrating dart. It's strange though, because Adam was playing more conservative in other legs, and there he shows the sign of aggression in an area where I feel like he could have played it a little bit safer, but it ended up working out one way or another. It's just some of these shots I'm not sure if they're as optimal as they could be. Now this is one of the shots where it's clear as day. I have the mark on the 19. I'm popping 2 single 19s and trying to trip my 20. That's my shot selection here every single time. And this time he agrees. Moving along the bottom of the board. Should go back up to 20. Does nail a trip 20 and last. Good shot there from Adam. William has such a unique follow through. You kind of see his hand kind of go out and twist a little bit after the release of the dart. Very interesting how he kind of snaps that out there in front of him. Just the 1, 2, 3. No close in sight. This could be a big shot. It would have to be a big shot. 17 points. Good shot. Finds a 7. Don't mind that stay at all from Adam. 17 points down, you could have argued that that was the time to take the look. If you're going to find a trip, that makes the shot worthwhile. Does recover the point lead, but so far, bare minimum on the turn. Another opportunity on this 18s to get a stab at the 20s. The amount of symmetry between these legs is shocking. Doesn't take a look at the 20s though in the last. 49-point difference, so fishing for a trip or 3 singles at least for Adam. Finds the trip on the first. Can go close. Opted to stay. I don't mind it. But then you go for the close and last. You have to know you're going to hit that last triple if that's your shot selection. But hey, it goes. Good shot there from Adam. would prefer to stay on the 20. The logic being, if you're going to shoot a number, shoot at 2 out of 3 of your darts. Shoot at the same 2 out of 3, either your first 2 or your last 2. The entirety of that logic being that there's less adjustments in your own arm. When you're going up and down, you're naturally going to have your arm slightly different in position. Versus if you shoot the same number twice, you have lesser corrections. It doesn't mean that it's easy to always shoot that. You want to sometimes just cross certain things off in certain orders. But again, make your darts work for you. That should be your mentality for a lot of this. Oh, unfortunate. Finds the trip on the 3. Again, so much up and down. I think that shot's way safer. After your first start, you miss. You can stay for single. I understand wanting to forego that because of the point differential. You find a trip 20 on the second. Stay up there for another, so that way next time there's no question if you should stay down or not. Instead, your opponent fires in a 7, and Adam's going to need to make his darts work for him again, down 25 points. That's what Wires has done really well, is just be in these worse off positions and affording themselves the occasional opportunity. And that's what the leg wins have come from, right? The leg win has come from having the opportunity early and taking advantage of it. Oh, I don't mind that look at all, but unfortunately it doesn't go. If you would have grabbed the 20, could have potentially had a big swing of momentum. Said it's only a 13-point difference. At some point, we should be seeing a close attempt, but so far, Adam not able to find a trip early on in his throw. Those are an awkward spot. Yeah, he does move in the last, finds a double 17 and gets the close. High risk, high reward. I love the look on that last start. Because it's not about if you miss. You need to hit that last dart. There's no room for that dart to miss and still be a good dart. So that made a lot of sense there. He's regained control, 11 points in his favor. Here, I'm thinking I'm not moving off that 20 till I trip at once. I don't want to give my opponent a shot back in this. Tripped it once. Finds the 16, over to the 15. Nails it for a big 9 mark. How about that from Adam? Again, a big shot towards these end of legs that stop these comebacks that we've been seeing from Wires. And all of a sudden, he's looking likely to go 3-1 in this matchup. Moving over to the side to try to get around that dart. I don't know if there's getting over any of those darts at this point. Yeah, it goes up to the 20s wisely on that last dart. 4 bulls will regain the point lead, so that's going to be the minimum on the turn. Only 2 bulls, so this would be another shot for Adam here to get the match win. 3-1. He's giving himself a pep talk about it, but your darts know where it is. Trust the process, or don't. Not happy with those. You don't want to just give this leg up. This should be a win, but you haven't walked through the door yet. Point lead more likely going to go away. This could hurt a lot. This could be for the. This could just send it to. Whoa! Didn't shoot it. It finds the first start double bull. Just needs double 20, double 15, or trip 20, trip 15, and that's it. He didn't even shoot the game-winning shot. Very questionable. And then finds the trip 20, immediately goes to the bull. You still left a game shot. You didn't successfully get out of game shot range. Another first start double is a game shot. That's I don't know how that isn't a double. Questionable decisions at end of legs lead to massive consequences. Got to get the point lead back. Needs to find at least a single. Only a single. So single bull for 220s, 215s is now the opportunity. Yanks the first one. Now you're saying to get yourself a point lead. Like, I don't like that last start that much either. I think at that point, I don't know. It's a good shot. We'll see if it comes into play. Adam has not been able to get himself any bulls, so this is a harder shot than it seems. $51-point lead. That's huge. Now it's 3 bulls for 215s. Awkward dart. It deflects outside on that. Only 1 bull in turn. Now, if you're Adam, there's no more screwing around with this. You have to start bull and get a convincing bull. The longer you push this out, you're going to start losing that bull race now that it's 15s versus bulls. I like it. Nice and confident start. Follow it up. And hits a double. Gets it done in dramatic fashion as that one was down to the wire. You can see some frustrations. Wire is not happy with the result. Adam, stoic as ever, as he does get that win. 3-1 win here for our King of the Hill tournament, brought to you by Eclipse Designs and King Seat Bar and Grill. Appreciate their love and support as always. We're starting to get some round 3 opponents get into the mix. Scott Parse, we got Brian Miranda, Brandon Pritz, Jeff Adams, John Beard, Steve Berger, Stephen Marin, and Johnny Four are currently sitting in that round 3. Jeff Adams, Brandon Pritz going against each other in that matchup. Could be a potentially interesting one to see. We'll have to see what they send us over next. Looks like we're going to be getting Tyler Moore and Larry French on our stream board next. Losers bracket round 1 matchup. So begin that over to you guys in just a moment's time. I'm Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage all day long of the King of the Hill tournament. Don't go far. We'll be back as soon as that next match is ready to go. Oh, I guess my microphone was muted for the last good minute or two there. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of 2K25 King of the Hill tournament, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. This is Larry French taking on Tyler Moore, as this is Tyler Moore stepping up to the line right now. Larry French coming from Michigan over to play in the King of the Hill tournament. So thank you for coming along in, and out-of-stater playing in the Florida tournament. Love it. Adam tunes in and says, I like to play questionable darts. Well, don't worry. Plenty of questions were asked and some were even answered at times, but it was still fun to commentate your game, buddy. Thanks for playing on the stream. And losers bracket side match here. So both these opponents did have first round losses. So they're fighting to stay in the tournament. You don't want your long day to be done early. That's for sure. Tyler with the 20s needs to make a defense on them. Kind of build up a little bit of a wall between him and his opponent. 50-point difference on the last start. I think you stay up for one more on the 20. 50 points is awkward. First start trip 19 leaves you 2 single 20s for a close and the point lead with only 1 triple required. That's the kind of math you do need to be thinking about. But for as often as we do also say the optimal shot, the correct shot's always the one you're most comfortable with. And Tyler was definitely thrown in his own world right there. Looking comfortable, not really having too many questions about where his darts were going to go. Larry not too happy at that visit. Only 2 19s. Didn't get a chance to push the envelope. He's just trying to get a shot up at that 20. Tyler doing himself no favors. This could be a great turn here. Larry just has single 19 and 2 20s. Big 1 2 3 on the turn. Finds 3 and 1. Big single on this last. Closes it with a triple for extra credit on the assignment, but that's a great 5 mark. That means that your opponent now has to hit a 6 on the next number to get that same lead back. Good shot there from the Michigander. Seven mark was still huge though from Tyler. Keeps us in a neck and neck battle. Another 5 mark though from Larry French coming in clutch. Tyler gonna let him off the hook. I say let him off the hook. I don't think that's the correct expression, as those are back-to-back 5 marks from Larry. But now Larry gets a way cleaner opportunity at these 18s. Yeah, there's no question about it. There's no question about it. Right now, Larry can run away with this leg. It seems like anything's free, even with that last start. Going a little bit low on the board. Good last start there from Tyler. But has given up some ground since his last big hit. If I'm Larry, I'm thinking 2 big 17s. If I trip on the first start, go for a corner pocket. If it takes me 2 singles to close, then I go back to the 19s. It's effectively what that was there. I wish I would have seen a little bit more patience to throw in that last start. Threw it a little bit quick on the come up. Again, another shot from Tyler. You can see he walked with a little bit of swagger back off that line. When he collects, he's really good at finding something big. The problem is the turns in between. But this is another opportunity for himself to get back into this leg. It's only a race of 2, best of 3. Every leg is important. Can't give up on any of them. Good first start trip. Gotta stay, right? Yeah. It's one of the few times I would advise to stay on that 19. It's because your main goal is really to close the 19, but you kind of have to get those points up first. I like the shot selection there from Tyler. Unfortunately, not going to go his way and going to get punished potentially. Doesn't get punished as bad as it could have been, though. David L saying, stop working so hard, Nick DiChiria. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm especially exerting myself right now, but I do appreciate that. You know what? I'm going to take a 15-minute break. You guys can enjoy the sultry tones of the quietness of having no audio on the board from 1,000 miles away. Paul Martin saying, shoot well, all. Oh, I don't love that at all from Larry. Doesn't get the close. Was trying to close from behind in points with the higher number. So many things there, just not ideal. It's not really going to get punished. It's not going to get punished at all. Tyler fails to close the 19s with a free throw at it. Now it's single 16 point all day. Gets the points first. Maybe wisely so. All right. Very interesting scenario now. 4 15s and a single 19, and you're back in it. All over, but no collect. Got to find a way to get that close. Yeah, it's so hard because you want to still throw for the triple, but you have a high risk of the deflection being a gnarly one. That was a gnarly deflection. Larry does right the ship here. Finds a 5 mark towards the tail end of this leg to get things going in his favor going into the Bulls. Frustration around there as Tyler does just close. There he still needs a double. Does find the double for a 1-0 lead in this race to 2 best of 3 format. We are cruising already over an hour into our coverage here, folks. Looking, we still have even more names entering that round 3 stage. John Force still waiting on either Kyle Coley or Ramon George for his opponent. Then you got Keith Namaka taking on Steve Marin. John Beer taking on Steve Berninger. Jeff Adams taking on Brandon Pritz. Ryan Brogan taking on Brian Miranda. And then Scott Parse waiting on the winner of Ryan Richards and Gabriel Gabriel. Austin Braswell will be playing Adam Wong Luke in that next round. And then Rodney Pryor waiting on the winner of Justin Monahan or Robert Mitchell for those round 3 names, folks. It's going to be cruising all day long here. And it'll be done before you even really think about it. So make sure just to relax. Kick us on. You know, you're probably doing something. It's a nice Saturday. Maybe you're out hanging out, maybe playing with your kids, getting some stuff ready, maybe even starting to cook up dinner. Well, stop all that stuff. Just ignore your children and watch darts. That's what I say. First one knocked out of the tournament entirely today. Getting our best of the last place award will be Tommy Williams, who is down and out for the count today. Big shots from Tyler. Devin Reed saying Adam W. Just call him Asian Adam. No, I listen. I didn't chat GPT Adam's last name for nothing. I'm here to learn how to pronounce things. I'm already bad enough at it, so it's only up from here. Tyler should just go ahead and grab the 18s in this turn. 18s are in fact grabbed. If you guys want to follow along, see the bracket for this tournament, and if you actually look at the organizer, you'll be able to also see brackets for other tournaments as well, including last week's Queen of the Hill. Link is now posted in chat for you at challenge.com/kingc underscore 03 underscore 08 underscore 25. That bracket link really rolls off the tongue. It is nice. It's nice to see more and more tournaments do online brackets so people can follow along. I know when I used to run blind draws, having online brackets was nice because you could be able to follow along your favorite people even if you didn't make it out to the bar that evening. So it's really cool that really Julio and the gang do such a good job running this tournament. There's a reason why the turnout's always so solid and why so many people talk about it and why all you guys end up tuning in. Either care about someone you're watching along there, you want to see how your buddies do, or the fact is that you just know the tournament's getting tougher and tougher. There's going to be potentially some really good games to watch out for. Again, we were spoiled by that Queen Seat Caitlin Myers Chris Grimlow match last weekend. That match was rent free in my head. This is what we've been seeing out of Tyler's game to a T. It has been really explosive round followed by a whole lot of nothing on follow-up turns. And that's what's led to some interesting scenarios. This one, he's got a big enough jump where that shouldn't come into play in this given leg, but it's one of those things where you got to try to hammer that out in your game and say, all right, why are my low rounds so low? Am I just completely losing focus? Do I throw a little bit different if I'm under pressure? Like, what is going on with that? And trying to dial in those mechanics. It makes such a huge difference because, yeah, if you can raise your high gear to be even higher, great for you. But if you raise your lower gear to be not as low, that's what will help you have the biggest average increase in your game in such a short period of time. Switch those 1 mark rounds to 3 mark rounds and 2 mark rounds is more important than switching your 5 marks into 7 marks. Well, that certainly helps the cause. Great 6 mark there from Tyler. And Larry's been good on these bowls, but this should still be enough for a clean start at it for Tyler. You can pull the parachute early if you need to. Doesn't need to. Parachute? Yeah, but there you can see that dart was pulled well into the left. If I get 3 bowls, I'm probably going to say I don't think you can take a shot at the 20 or 17 in this given scenario with the 1 bowl for Tyler. Should be another clean shot. This time going right at it. Needs one more. This is where it gets scary. Because now game shots start creeping in. Still would require double on the first dart to have that game shot. But this would be for the match. Imagine this is how you lose your tournament day. No, drops low. Needs to grab 2 bulls. So important. When you grab none, it doesn't force Tyler to change hands. You expect him to grab 1 bull with 3 darts clear. French not going to be happy with that one. Oh no. Left it wide open. Still the same game shot. Only fell into a single 17. Game shot's on. Didn't shoot the game shot. What is going? That's the second time today we've seen that. What is going on? You need a single 17 and a trip 20 for the match, and you didn't swing it. Yeah, trip 20 single bull. Last leg decider. Larry, I gotta question that one. I don't know if he just didn't realize it. But yeah, that's crazy. I even think Tyler may have said, "Hey, did you see that there?" But right into the diddle we go to a last leg decider. Well, high, but that's an awkward high. Or you might be able to get underneath it. Gonna be hard to tell. We're going to take their judgment on this one. Let us know who you got, folks. The last leg decider. Larry does get the start. Let's see what he does with it. Larry French, the Frenchman from Michigan, coming down to Florida. Starts out with 3 in this last leg decider. Tyler needs to find something. Get your leg going. Find that first number to start getting some points on. Get yourself comfortable on the board. Finds a trip 18 on a last start desperation. But Larry knows if he hits a big turn here, this could be a lot of momentum. And just 54 points on the turn. Not too bad of a round, though, from Tyler. Tried to crank out some cheeky darts there. Grabs that single 19. I like it. Oh, but that's a happy accident. That double 20 turned into a fortuitous number, as it gave him a little bit extra cushion than what he would have to worry about being up only 4 points versus 24 points. Now here, last leg decider, I have the 20s. I'm staying up on this 20 till I hit at least the trip. I'm not going for this close. This is too close. You're leaving it too easy of a chance for your opponent to be able to hit a 9 mark and come back around. Like there you hit 1, 2, 3 on the close. You're up 24 points. If they go trip 16, they get a shot at your 20. And all of a sudden now you have to hit trip 15, trip 16. And then back to the 15. So like the shots that you're setting yourself up for become a lot harder when you're not taking advantage of those points. And you're not making the 20 versus the corner pocket aggression felt at all. Like right here, if you stay up and you hit a 140, it's demoralizing if you're on the 16s. If you hit 1, 2, 3 in the 16s, you're leaving an easy shot. Big trip 20 on the last. That was a needed dart, but I don't like Larry's strategy going into the situation. Tyler could absolutely make this hurt, and we've seen that from his game. It's not been consistent shot after consistent shot. It's been explosive shot after a squirrely shot. If he gets that one explosive shot in right now, you're in deep waters. And knocking the close here. Another last start trip 20 bailout. But Tyler has opportunities in this leg that I don't think he really would expect to have. I don't think Tyler can believe this opportunity is still here. 48-point difference. He has to capitalize on at some point, you would think. They're just another 2 marks. But again, Larry, you close single 16, you hit a big trip 20 before that 15. Play it safe. It's the last leg decider in the loser side of the bracket. You madman. He doesn't want to play it safe. Like if I'm Tyler here, I'm thinking, all right, I might just hit a trip 20, trip 15, play 4 bowls to 3. Yeah, but then stay committed. Yeah, whichever one you choose, you got to stay committed to it. It would have been more impactful for him to grab a couple bowls after missing the first than the switch. But Larry French trying to walk through the door to get this done. Not quite yet. Couple bowls for the fans. Hits 3 on the potential way out turn. Larry now looking for 2 bowls for this win and finds it in 1 for a last leg deciding a win between these gentlemen there. And you can see that fist bump. You can see the Goku jersey back there. What's going on, Goku? Ain't nobody beating Goku. That's for sure. But no, lots of fun covering this King of the Hill tournament so far, as currently we are pretty much fully going with almost everything that can be going. I think we're going to probably be starting that round 3 of the winner's side here shortly. Maybe get another losers bracket match, but things are going quick. They're going easy. Love it. Having a good time here covering the King of the Hill tournament. Does look like Ryan Richards, Pat Cole will be our next matchup on the board here. So we'll be back in just a moment's time with more darting action in just a moment. Wasting no time at all. Looks like these guys were quick to get to the Aki. That's the Goku we were talking about right there. Ryan Richards taking on Pat Cole. Just saw him start off our stream not too long ago, about an hour and a half ago. Looking forward to seeing Pat back on the stream. Had moments of brilliance, especially towards the start of legs. And then Ryan Richards, first look at him. Looking forward to seeing how his dart stroke looks on the board. This is that 4th annual King of the Hill tournament brought to you by Eclipse Designs and King Seat Bar and Grill. Make sure to give them your love and support. Thanks again, guys, for hosting this tournament, having us on to stream it. Us being me and my multiple personalities. Interesting choice here by Pat to go for the 19s. I don't dislike it, knowing that your opponent's on the 17s, you're giving a chance to grab higher ground. But at the same time, you need to kind of establish a little bit of a point separation first, because he can still go right for your closes. Like, I wouldn't mind to grab the 20s right here. He throws quick. Like, that dart must hit the board hard. Moving all the way over to try to sneak in this 17. Somehow does. That's an impressive dart. Now on the defense, only 4 20s were able to be grabbed. 22 point separation. 20s are gone immediately. Now, this is the point where I would consider 17s again. But why even consider that when you're hitting everything? Look at this. Doesn't expand the point lead, but takes away the higher numbers. Good shot there from Ryan. Pat's going to need to make a stand on these 18s now, looking for 5. Oh, unfortunate. Last one just gets away from him a little bit. 4-point difference. Only 2 18s needed. How aggressive is this going to get played? Fairly aggressive. Bare minimum on the points, 1 dart at it, then up to the 2 singles to close. Pat's done a good job of defending this onslaught. Finds a 7. Good moment. Back starting to get up against the wall and still able to settle in and find something. I would stay there. Yeah. Oh, doesn't glide in off the barrel. Does do so in the last, but the first one looks so inviting. Pat playing aggressive, and this time pays off. Finds a 17 trip on the last. That's an aggressive play there. I don't dislike it, especially 0-0. Losers bracket match. Got to take some gambles there. That gamble could have easily lost him a leg if it doesn't go. Just 3 singles. Pat should be able to go ahead and get some control of this going into the Bulls. It's about just staying disciplined. This closes your only goal this turn is to close on this 15. Good discipline, good stay. 23-point difference. Probably would have preferred a little bit of points in that last, but does hit a bull, so effectively the same difference. Gosh, Ryan throws that dart hard. Wonder if you would like a Ram Guevara dart just by how direct and powerful his throw is. For a 1-0 lead, Pat Cole needs one more of those. Hits it. 4.43. Good shot there from Pat. That's just one leg on the board. Needs to get another. You can see Ryan starts off with a 7. Good way to start off leg number 2 in this match. He was right there in the last one. Oh, but wide open. You have to follow your big open with another good shot there. Pat now can have opportunities in this throw that he wasn't expecting. But still about fighting a trip 19. He's stuck there now. I don't like that look on the last. You're not giving yourself enough control. The reason I say you're stuck on the 19 is if you stay there, you find a trip on the last, there's a good chance you can return with the 19 still available. Single 20 did nothing, and now the 18s are grabbed as an insurance policy. Yeah, I like this board management here from Ryan. And grabs the 19 last with a little bit of a hero dart. Pat now going to have to go to the 17s to make his argument and plead his case. Five mark does help. Gets you some control back, 30 points in your favor. Adds 2 marks for your opponent to hit. And stuck low. Threw those first 2 darts exactly the same. Third dart went to the same spot as well. That's a huge let off. Now, if you're Pat, I'm thinking, let's go ahead and get this 20 close to my main goal. If I trip it in the first dart, then I go for the 18s. If not, I'm going back to points. I don't love the shot selection here. And then goes up. Yeah, there was just no commitment to any of those darts as they kind of having a laugh about back-to-back bagels. Ryan's thinking, man, I was off the hook. I need to punish this. Big turn to try to get that collect on. Yeah, that's still a big shot. Mission accomplished. 50 points grabbed. It's not enough to stop a potential big 8 mark from going and ruining your day. But I also just don't think Pat's shown that if he gets first or trip, he would go for that shot regardless. Oh, and just a 1 mark to follow the bagel. Now it's expected of Ryan to be able to punish this. Wisely goes up on the last, not trying to play this too close down a leg. Good stuff there from Ryan. It's so funny to see it's not super lofty, but you can tell that there's a little bit more loft to Pat's throw compared to Ryan, who just has a bullet of an arm. The way those darts hit are so fast to the board. So he almost is snapping his fingers into place as he does collect a beautiful 9 mark there. Our 6-1 of the day goes to Ryan Richards. Well, this would be interesting. But just a 7. Pat's done a good job on these corner pockets, keeping himself in the leg, but it's pretty much set to go to a last leg decider as long as the 15s get close in this turn. Does on the first. I don't mind the hesitation in that last start because your instinct is saying, do I need more points? And then you talked himself out of it saying, no, he did not. But if you have that hesitation when pulling up your arm, I wouldn't mind backing off the line and just giving yourself a quick reset. Still a solid hat trick by Pat Cole. Ryan, 3 bulls needed to get a leg win on the board. It's really quick to move off that bull. Don't really see a rhyme or reason for it. That's just going to continue to truck away. One more bull helps. Not quite. Now this shot makes sense to bail out after the first if it doesn't stick. Starts with the bailout. Not having a lot of confidence in his bulls towards the end of this leg. Not really giving himself any swings. Pat still needs to find 4. Does find 4. Good shot from Pat Cole. Yeah, and right now I think we're just seeing a case of Ryan overthinking the end of this leg. I really do think that's the only way to describe what we're kind of seeing right here. Doesn't even regain the point lead. A 5 mark's now needed for Pat Cole to get a 2-0 win in a situation that should have most certainly been a last league decider. What is that first start? What is going on? This is the 3rd time now someone's had point advantage on the bull and hasn't gone for a winning shot. What is going on? I am in complete disbelief. Once again, Ryan fails to get the point lead. Will Pat take the shot this time? 2 singles on the 20 or 18, a trip or a double on the other one. 3 times now we've seen that error. And Pat just gets it done 2-0. Wow. Ryan Richards, definitely a lapse of judgment at the end with some of the shot selection, being too conservative on that bowl, overthinking it. Pat, electing to not go for a game shot and doesn't get punished, was able to do so again. That was a little squirrely, but of course, Pat Cole will still continue on his tournament run, as that was a loser's bracket matchup. Odie is knocked out to Ben Kutcher, so shout out to Ben for getting a win on the board. Looks like we're starting to get into that round 3 winners aside matchups now. Looks like that is probably what we'll be getting up next. I don't know which one they're going to choose. Fingers crossed for Jeff Adams, Brandon Pritz. That seems like a good one. Let's see. Someone make Julio pick the best possible matchup. There's not really many bad ones. I would love to see a couple of ones over some others for sure. Like, who wants to see Austin Braswell on the stream? Ew. Gross. So just waiting for confirmation of that next matchup. If you're here right now, hit that follow button. Can you do that? If you're on the King Seat page, they need it because they host this cool event. They should get all the love and support. If you're over on our side of the world, over on Eagle Eye, we deserve it because we're bringing you cool dart action all the time. Give us a follow. In either case, follow us. Do it. Do it now. Well, unfortunately, we channeled the wrong spirits by saying the wrong names. We got Austin Braswell taking on Asian Adam here in just a moment. So don't go far, folks. Should be a good matchup, but we'll be back in just a moment's time for that next one. Time for round 3 on the winner side here at the King of the Hill Dart Tournament, 4th annual, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. We got Adam W taking on Austin Braswell, which should be a great round 3 matchup. A lot of people are saying that this could be Austin's day to take the title, but Adam is going to be a roadblock into that quest. Let's see how firm of a roadblock it is. Another man likely today, Shane Watson, standing to the right of Austin. The guy trying to go on the run, although I do believe Watson actually did have a first round loss, so tougher run for him in front, it seems, as we're pretty much fully into this third round winner side bracket. They got all those matches pretty much called up, as I will say the guys have been very prompt in getting to their boards on time, so big shout out to you guys. Although the ladies, they just did it better. Of course, I am familiar with Adam. We did commentate him earlier, talked to him before other events, including like DPFL and whatnot. But Austin Braswell, good friend of mine, got a chance to play in a couple of different leagues with him now. Travel around, hang out with him and Stacy, and even got the chance to play with Stacy in some tournaments. Always a good time with those guys. Despite Austin having the palate of a small child, and it's very hard to pick restaurants with them, we always end up at Chili's, and I'll never let that go. Winner of this match gets either Robert Mitchell or Rodney Pryor, and a tough round 4 bout. Austin looking to just run along the board, doing Boogie Braswell things. Dances along with a beautiful white horse. Our 7th 9 mark of the day, hit by Boogie Braswell. And a leg where he is coming out swinging. Onto the 16s. Grabbing the bull first, feeling comfortable. Gets the bull closed, leaves 2 16s on the return for Austin Braswell, and a very pedestrian 6.25 start of his streamed campaign. Here we go. Braswell for 2 16s. Well, now you're just sandbagging, Austin. And we all know it. Oh, my goodness. Well, he's blowing it. He's blowing it. Now he's throwing a very human 5.2. I will say out of the list of players playing today, Austin definitely has a very high potential on this list. He's done very well with just continuing to refine his game in the last couple of years. Been impressed to see where his career has gone. Now needs to regain that point lead real quick. Does do so, taking the long way to that win, but gets 1-0 jump back to a race to 3, as this is a winner's bracket match that we're looking at. Top 16 on the winner side. Lucky deflection on the second. That dart's hanging right over where he wants to hit that trip. You can see even that last dart deflected down and right. Austin gets a free 20 to shoot at to start things off in leg number 2. Expect a 5. When he gets locked in and focused, he is something fierce on the dartboard. Seeing it time and time again. I recently rewatched his match against Johnny Lackey back when those interviews were filmed at Skybox. That was the famous Chive episode of the CSC Challenger Series. Always nostalgic to watch back that, because people always forget how good of a last leg decider that match truly was. Austin known for having some great last leg deciding matches on the stream, for better or worse. Austin taking another big swing. Hits another white horse. Yeah, definitely showing a different gear versus what Adam was facing previously. Not something Adam hasn't seen before. Something he's very cognizant of the fact that this is a very dangerous Austin Braswell that he's seeing right now. He's focused, he's hitting consistent, and he's having big swings. These are all things that make Austin very scary in the moment. Just getting that fifth number online. Trying to get a little fancy with the quarter pockets. I like the shot overall, because now you need a trip 16 and then a single 20, single 19, and your opponent to miss to potentially give yourself a shot at the 18, 17, 15. So, yeah, you can see Adam just throws away that turn. Not happy with it at all. Somehow it gets that single 16 in there. Looked like that one was likely to deflect. Yeah, Adam just throwing at the Bulls. Not much else you can do. No real thinking. Just get yourself ready for that next leg. That's all you really can be thinking about in a situation like this. Make sure you're ready, saying, you know what, I'd rather be 2-0 down than 3-0 and out. So take the loss, move on to the next leg, get the win. Just 2 bulls there from Braswell. So doesn't get the game quite done and over yet. But Austin's got to be thinking, man, if I start off legs the way I have been, hitting a solid open into a big 9 mark fairly early on, he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable, because that's just, again, a level of explosiveness that we have not seen yet. We did see moments of that from John Beard earlier for our first match of the day. Austin still having trouble. Does get it on the last 2-0 lead in this race to 3. Those bulls have not been his friend, admittedly. He's done really well with every other portion of the game where it hasn't become like too prevalent or noticeable. But you can definitely tell those bulls were not going in the way he exactly envisioned. And that's why earlier when he foregoed, when he went 15 bold into the 16, I actually like that shot a lot with where his current head's at. Three mark close does get the close on the 20. It's going to be in a better situation than last leg start, but Austin definitely looking like he's on a mission. Has a lot of momentum. Decided to stay for the close and doesn't collect. That's going to be a gift. And this is the moment where that should help kind of give you a little bit of a spark for your Adam. Your opponent missed their big opener. You get a chance to settle in here, collect a couple big darts, start turning this thing around. But there, dart misses. It was a well-thrown dart right on the wire. You're shaking your head and walking off the line. And then when that second dart hits the first one, you popping up your hand. You got to work on controlling the mental. You could tell the tilt is on. Adam is a great shot, just not collecting in this moment. Braswell going to punish, single 20. And then going to try to grab the point lead. No, just continues to move on. Has 3 numbers, down 20 points. Good shot there from Austin Braswell. If you're Adam, you have to bet the 16 or 15. Or do a halfsy. You can split it between the two. Gonna stay. Finds a good 7. Now Austin plays a little bit of defense. Gonna get that point lead back. That's, no matter what, can't get it back now. So now the question is, if you're Adam, when do you take your big swing? I think you take a first start at it now. At some point, you're gonna the best strategy is two trip 16s, 1 trip 19. That's 1 trip 17, 1 trip 18. Doing stuff like that. You gotta start chipping away. I don't mind that at all. 2 trip 16s for trip 15 is a very wise shot. Prevents your opponent from getting that 4th number up. I do like that shot as well from Adam. Good shot selection. Also, was trying to regain the point lead on that visit. Doesn't do so. So now here for Adam, I want to see trip 15 and then grab one of the other numbers. That's what I want to see in this turn. You already have the mark there, so it gets you a little bit more points. Finds the trip 16. Okay, switches to the 15 here. Not a bad switch. Just the bare minimum on it. Because at this point, if you're Adam, you're either playing for 2 at the point, 1 at the close, and you're just trying to do a check down. But that's assuming Austin doesn't start hitting some 5s and 7s. Otherwise, you're hoping for 1 big swing for a white horse. Ooh, aggressive shot from Austin. Does bail out successfully. 38-point difference between the two. So 2 big trips. Grab one of the numbers. Try to check it down. The problem is we haven't really seen Adam take the aggression where he's needed to in spots like this. I do feel like you're kind of playing in a little bit of a running on a wheel scenario. You're stuck on those 16s. The amount you have to hit versus the 19s is going to start to add up over time, but that 7 was huge. Austin needs 5. Does find 5 with the cover shot on the last. Although with the cover shot being the 17 instead of the 18 there means he does not gain that point lead. Or he doesn't gain it by enough where single 16 does gain it back is what I was trying to say. Some point you got to start closing. Finds a beautiful 9 mark, 3 in the bed. Adam completely awakened at the tail end of this, what was looking like the tail end of this matchup. But Austin is going to continue to live downstairs. This is a great shot. Great answer right back from Austin Braswell. And you can see Adam's average rising up and up, but the position's just so tough. Because if that last trip wasn't for points and it wasn't close, well, then that's less of a differential than what he'd be facing right now. It's hard when you know you're stuck on a number like this. But there now leaves Austin with a great opportunity. Yeah, good shot from Braswell. Didn't even play into looking at the 15. 102-point separation. Adam's going to be kicking himself for showing up just a little bit too late, halfway through leg 2. Or excuse me, halfway through leg 3 is where he really showed up in this match. And just gave himself too much work to do. Austin Braswell, 3 15s and 3 bulls away from a 3-0 win. .72 difference. Does add a bull. Again, that level of precision in his game has definitely shown in how much he's grown in the last couple of years. You look at Austin's shot selection, talking back at that Johnny Lackey Austin Braswell CSC match from, that was the Fire season, so season 4. Compared to where he is now, the strategy is way more developed than it was at that time. His game in general has gotten to impressive heights. Definitely one of Florida's top tier talents. And Adam fortunately went up against a freight train. That's Austin Braswell. Boogie's on through. Adam's not out of it yet. He will be moving down to that losers bracket, so he will still be fighting along. So don't hold your head in despair yet. There's still time for you to fight along and get back into this. Looking at what's coming up next, I still think there's a good chance we'll get another round of 3 side matchup. Currently got the entire losers bracket cruising. This is the last point, and where we saw with our Queen of the Hill tournament. Once you get past this round 3 section, it starts really breezing by because they have a lot of different boards in the bar. They're running things real tight, real quick over there. You love to see it. I'm really hoping that we get the match I think we're going to get for the next one. Come on, give it to us. You know what the fans want. Please. Yes. All right. We're getting Jeff Adams and Brandon Pritz. So don't worry. I know we saw it earlier. I think it was Ryan talking about it. That match did not get a chance to play yet, so we're going to get a chance to cover that one on stream. Jeff Adams, Brandon Pritz. Very impactful matchup potentially. Come up here in just a moment's time. Well, we have a good one here. Brandon Pritz taking on Jeff Adams. Top 16 winners aside matchup. This should be a very interesting one. Race to 3 format. This is the King of the Hill 4th annual tournament brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. I am Nick DiChiria on the call. And this one should be interesting because Brandon Pritz has been one of those guys, especially if you talk like about almost 2 years ago now, kind of really hit a big splash in the pan in the Florida dart scene. Started getting his name out there, especially with that CSC predictions coming up around that time. He was a very talked about top tier player and has been getting results in the meantime. Then you have Jeff Adams, a classic veteran of the sport who's been playing at the top end of the game for a long time. Both these guys kind of predicted to potentially going good runs today. One of these runs will be going better than the other gentleman after this race of 3. Austin Braswell saying, "Hey, Nick, thanks for the stream. Thanks for the good darts, Austin. The pleasure is all ours." Pritz still pushed the 18s. You can see those gambler flights on his darts right there. In support of Danny Baggish. Doesn't get the close on the last dart. Goes high. Giving the opportunity now to Mr. Adams here. Gets the close, but doesn't regain the point lead. A huge let off as Brandon Pritz now should be able to capitalize on the situation. Should be able to grab the 17s and close the 19s. Yeah, smart switch on the second dart there. You didn't like that first dart, didn't feel right. You're not staying there for for a chance to follow that dart in. Fortunately, does not go his direction. Now Jeff gets let off the hook. Oh, that's awkward. Surprised he was able to get that single in there. I don't think I've ever paid attention to Jeff's action so closely. I played against him plenty of times, know him very well. But I didn't realize how quick that first dart gets brought up to his eye before he lets it go. Derek Bowers asking about Dylan Bowers. Dylan Bowers is knocked out of the tournament. He lost. He won in round in round 1 to Rick Barta, excuse me. Then lost to Austin Braswell in round 2. Then on the losers side of the bracket, there beat won against Zach Vance and then lost to William Tenney. So Dylan Bowers is knocked out. Solid 5 from Pritz. Jeff still has control. Seems to be careful not to give it up here, which is exactly what's happening. That last dart trip was needed. Tyler, what's going on, my man? Thank you for tuning in. No punishment at all from Brandon. Devin Reed saying Jeff throws with darts that are not the same. In which way? Different barrels, different shafts. They look pretty similar, but then again, these aren't the highest quality cameras, unfortunately. Still very grateful we're getting a chance to use them, but not the easiest to be able to spot barrels. I do think that is a very fun fact. And Jeff going to go ahead and kind of stamp the lid on this leg. Put himself in great advantage going into the bulls. We've seen the bulls be a tricky beast today, so I wouldn't count anything as guaranteed until that gold star's by your name. 2 barrels are the same, 1 is different. That's insane behavior from Jeff Adams. I could not imagine throwing with different barrels in the same throw. Barely can throw with different barrels on the same day. Jeff does get leg number 1. Jonathan knows Zach Vance is knocked out of the tournament. Did lose to Dylan Bowers in that losers side matchup. And lost to Stephen Marin on the winner's side. We already know that Austin's in the top 8 of the winner's side, but joining him so far, Ryan Brogan and Stephen Marin. currently sitting in their respective matches at the top end of the bracket. Just looking prime right now. Finds a 9 mark in there. Beautiful stuff from Adams, our 11th of the day on the stream. Absolute punishment from right now. Brandon, who's looking just a little bit off, not by miles, but it's a game of millimeters, unfortunately. Does get the 19s close in the second. Continues to push the envelope. 101 point difference. Only a single 17, but enough to continue the pressure on Pritz. I don't love Jeff going for the 18s there. I like it contesting the X from Brandon. That's the idea behind that shop. I really feel like you can get a lot more value by getting that trip earlier in your 17, getting more of a point differential, but inconsequential at this given point. As right now, 2 single 17s still gives firm control to Jeff in this leg. Gets the close there. And the 15s as well for good measure. 3 numbers. And just the 16s up. Brandon Pritz about to go 2-0 down in this race to 3. And a blink and he missed it style. And Jeff getting a little jumpy, kind of waves off that last start. He just wanted it to go in for a nice clean 5+ leg. Still looking likely to be a clean 5+ leg, depending on how many bulls he hits in his 3 darts. Style points for Pritz does find 4. Yeah, Jeff Adams 5.25 and a 2-0 jump in this race to 3. Brandon Pritz start off with a 1 mark in this last leg. He can't do that again, and he is well aware of that going into this next leg. Beautiful 7 mark. Brandon on course correct. He was having some struggles early on, definitely picking up from said woes. But Jeff Adams goes ahead and just hits another 9 mark. Adams finding it with some fervor on the dartboard. You can see with the little strut back, disco walk back from the dartboard. Jeff Adams feeling good. Brandon Pritz going to try to respond. Brandon on the attack, doesn't collect. You can see he kind of pulled that last dart. Jacob Armstrong saying hello from Ogden, Utah. Welcome in. Great to see you again, my friends. Eric Sharp saying not the darts is expecting to see from Brandon. I don't think Brandon was expecting it either. Big shot from a fiery Jeff Adams. Look at him go. Awkward hanging dart. And now it's going to be almost impossible to find that trip. It's already hard after the first. When that dart catches over top, you can see the way the darts reflect. It pushed that dart straight to the right. It had no chance of going into that 18 without being thrown really hard. And Jeff loves shots like this. It neutralizes the X immediately. Finds the 17s as well. Hits another 7 mark. 7.33 for Jeff Adams. This will be a 3-0 jump at this rate. Something crazy needs to happen. The momentum needs to get slowed down. Brandon Pritz trying to ice the kicker. Doesn't seem like the kicker can miss. Only a 5-point lead is not going to be enough to slow this down. And with the single 15, you start trip 15, go right to the 16. Plays it more conservative, goes 19s. Hits a 9 mark. Jeff Adams, what is going on? 13th of the day. Jeff Adams on a tear to get into that top 8. And Brandon, it was showing up a little bit slow, not able to collect on turns you think you would collect on. Turns into, well, here's a freight train. Well, now there's nothing you can do, even if you were hitting. 7.75 going seconds. Absolutely brutal. 2 15s. Onto the bull. 2 bulls away from a 3-0 win for Jeff Adams. Great stuff from the spry young buck. Take it home, Jeff Adams. Yours to win. Gets the win there. 6.35 for Jeff Adams. 3.67 for Brandon Pritz, who just never could get into that match. But Jeff absolutely was into every bit of that match, as that puts him onto the winner's side, where he'll play either John Beard or Steven Behringer in that next round. Impressive stuff again from Jeff Adams. Currently, I believe all matches that can be played are currently playing. So we're going to take probably a slightly extended intermission here, waiting for that next match. We might get that Pat Cole, Keith Namaka match. So it looks like that might be the only one that's currently not in play that's eligible to go. So we'll see what we can do. Get our next match up to the board here in just a moment's time. Don't go far, folks. My name is DiChiria. Appreciate all you guys hanging out for coverage today. We'll be back in just a moment's time with more. Time for another great matchup for the King of the Hill Dart Tournament, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. This is going to be another losers bracket matchup, and if there's been one man that's been popular on our camera today, it's been this man approaching the Aki. That's Pat Cole. His third appearance on the stream. The timing, unfortunately, that was really the only match available. So, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how Pat views it, but I don't mind seeing the good friend. Although some people are like, man, am I really on the stream board again? Or vice versa. Someone's like, hey, I got to play the stream board 3 times. I'm not going to feel no nerves. Lots of pros and cons. First look here at Keith Namika. I'm curious to see how his darts will transpire on the dartboard. He holds that dart well out in front of him, but maybe to great success. Finds a 6. Round 3 of the losers bracket. Keith just lost on the winner's side to Steve Marin. As our matches are still grooving along pretty quick. So make sure to give us a follow and stay along for a great day of fun darting action. 2.5 hours into the stream. Should be live for about 6 to 7 hours in total today, give or take. It's going to be my guess. The ladies was about 7 and some change. Men should be around the same time, if not maybe a little bit faster, but we'll see. It is extended format in that winter side, so who knows? Especially when you're talking about these Florida guys, you don't know. They might be wrestling alligators or something. Unfortunate that he was kind of stuck on the 17s. Wanted an opportunity to grab that single 20, but with the 18 insurance policy, Keith denied him the opportunity of it come too easily. Pat, gonna look for a corner pocket, finds the 16s. That's a great spot. When you pin that bottom corner bed, it feels so much more inviting to stay there. It's very easy on the 16, 15 to throw it too high into the trip, and all of a sudden it looks uncomfortable. Darts like that, you're thinking, man, I wish I could get 12 marks here instead of just 9. Feels so easy. And then you try to throw the dart and it doesn't actually go where you place it, but in your brain, you're like, really? Come on. That was free. Still fine to get that point lead. I wouldn't mind a single 20 or a trip 15. Single 20 works. The idea being that you want to take a dart that you have to hit later on out of your hand. So either grab that 15 for that dart or a single 20. They are effectively the same thing, although the 20 is guaranteed as long as you hit at least a single. Single 15 does nothing. Three points regained. Pat can give himself a look. Doesn't afford himself any favors. Not going to be happy with that turn. Mark Robinson says, hey, Nick, tell us how Stephen McDowell has never beat you. Yeah, so Stephen McDowell has never beat me in a game of darts. He might beat me in a lot of things in life, but it ain't going to be darts. He could beat me in having the worst taste in NFL football teams. He wins that all day. He wins in having a boat. I mean, I'm not a big boat guy, but does he beat me in darts? No. 4-1 win in that Super Cup, and it wasn't even close. Steve, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I play it up for the fans. But I also have never lost to you, so that hasn't changed either. Trevor Washburn saying, Nick, it looks like your room's coming along at Will's house. Yeah, Will's doing some home projects. I would say I didn't request them to refurnish it for me, but of course, you know, I won that VIP treatment. I'm the talent, he says facetiously. Yeah, excited to be staying out over in Wichita, Kansas for a little bit. Lindsay saying, don't bring the Bucks into this. They don't deserve it. That is true. That is true. All right. That was an unnecessary stray bullet. They got enough problems going on. Three bulls needed now. Keith Namaka to get leg number 1 on the board. Big stretch, settling in. These guys are identical in average. Does get it there. Keith gets leg number 1 on the board. Pat is now facing some treacherous waters on this loser's bracket as it is just a race to 2. Daily Ray is saying, tell him thanks for coming. Oh, I told him a couple things. Here's exactly what I texted him before that match, if you guys are curious. I'll leak receipts right now. Right before that match, he texted me because he saw the match flyer went out and he saw I chose a bad picture of him, which was really easy to do. There's so many. He said, that's the best picture you could find of me, you blank. I'm going to kick your blank twice as blank bad tonight. So classic Steve McDowell text. And I said, wanted to make sure you had all the motivation possible before I take you off the bus tonight. Thanks for coming, Steve McDowell. But also keep paying me to do those DPFL streams, please. I need the money. I'm still paying student debts. I bought a new computer. Didn't have money for that. I practically had to steal it off some nerdy kids inside the Micro Center. Back to the match. Pat not facing much sign of aggression here from Keith early on, but doesn't take advantage of the free swing of the 19s either. Good success on the first. Can you replicate it? He can. Big last start. Takes a swing and finds it for a 9 mark. Keith Namaka collecting all he can. Beautiful shot. Pat tries to defend it, but you need to hit at least the close, because with the X on the 19s, I'm not worried about the point differential. I'm worried about my number getting close, and I'm going to try to grab another number, nullify the X, get 3 18s is such a huge shot here. Keith to get the close. I think he laid out that last start a little bit. He's shaking his head no in aggression, but no matter what, Pat can't get the point lead and close both those numbers. Now, he could go trip 17 close and gamble with a 35-point deficit, but that you can only consider that if you trip the first start. And still no resistance. Keith now gets 3 clear at 17. Tyler saying, another Nick one-man show where it sounds like there's 2 of me, and when I said back to the match, it really seals it. I like to say I'm a very adaptable commentator. If I'm with somebody and I need to go into play-by-play, I go into play-by-play. If I go into color, I go into color. And if I'm by myself, I let out all the multiple personalities. You really get a lot of value. It's like hiring 2 people in one when you hire me to stream your events. USA Darts Live, reach out to us if you want your next live event streamed. To the 16s we go. Just needs to get this closed. Nothing fancy. Don't want this to accidentally start slipping out of control. That's what that last start does. He's mad at it, but you know, he's going to be happy with this match position. Pretty much set for a 2-0 win, and unfortunately ending Pat's run, which was filled with lots of live stream antics. Looks like more than likely the winner of this will play Ben Kutcher or an opponent that has not yet been decided, which would probably be either Ramon or Johnny as well. Two bulls on the grab, a little bit of frustration, but again, none needed. Has done a good job of pretty much sealing the deal. Pat's gonna need to hit a lot of bulls, and there was no way for him. I mean, technically he could have gone double bull, single on the close, but that wouldn't have been enough to push the game in a meaningful way and leave yourself game darts. He would have needed to hit all the bulls he can get there and start chipping away from that position. Just got to stay true. 5 numbers, you start this bull. Fallout can still get you the win. Any of the numbers? Did that classic mistake. He's apologizing for it. Pat just having a laugh. And does get it there. Pat's all smiles as per usual. That's Pat Cole for you. Very, very nice gentleman. As that will be the win on the board, and a run continued for Keith Namika, who will play either Ben, Ramon, or Sleepy, depending on how that topside match goes. More likely, we're going to probably get into our first top 8 winner side matchup, if I had to guess, just based off where the bracket is currently at. Again, I let them do all the picking here. We're just here to call what we see, folks. That's what we do. See, Tyler, I'm even referring in plurals as if there's 2 of me doing this. Currently sitting in that top 8, Stephen Marin waiting on the winner of Ramon George Johnny 4. Then you have John Beard taking on Jeff Adams. Ryan Brogan taking on Scott. I always pronounce his name wrong. Is it Parse? And then Austin Braswell taking on Rodney Radzilla Pryor. So some pretty good stuff coming up. Let's see what they're looking like. They're assigning our next stream to match here. Ideally. Maybe. Oh, Julio. What you got coming for us? No matter what, there's no real wrong options. Trevor saying you need an Allison Coley interview. Listen, the world ain't ready for Allison to be on the big screens. She's chaos incarnate. Well, it looks like they haven't assigned that next board yet, so we're going to wait for a moment. Just chill out while the next board is getting assigned for us. We'll get that next match over in just a moment's time. So don't go far, folks. Oh, it looks like there we go. John Beard and Jeff Adams. So as soon as they're ready, we'll get going with that next matchup. Here we go. This is going to be a great matchup on our stream. This is one of the ones that we were talking about as being a potentially impactful one. Well, here it is. John Beard and Jeff Adams, top 8 winner side matchup. Winner of this will play either Ramon George or Stephen Martin in that top 4 to get to the seat match. Lots of money at stake today, folks, so you want to make sure to be getting those wins in. This should be a good one. John Beard, who kicked off our stream at the start of the day, making an appearance once again. Curious to see how Jeff will throw. He had a pretty magnificent set of legs in his 3-0 win on the stream. John, we called fine wine. It took him a little bit to get going, but once he was going, he was A-okay. Very, very steady dart player. Let's find 7. And only a 3 in response from Jeff. It's an interesting opportunity for John to really cement his control. He has 3 numbers already. No points on the board for Adams. Nothing dissuading John Beard from attacking your number. Until you miss. That does some dissuading, but not enough, as he does still get it closed. Vaughn saying Jeff does not look like his darts are comfortable. Yeah, I mean, I was curious about it just because I don't get too many front looks, but like right there, that's as smooth as ever. There's no real notes. That looks like a beautiful throw. It was a 6 mark that could have been a little bit more. Considering how impressive he played in his match, I'm not too shocked by anything. Other than, man, I don't know if I can throw as well as he is right now with how jumpy some of that is looking. Fifteens are grabbed and then some. Jeff continuing to try to make a defense the tail end of this leg. John should be able to shut the door on him in this visit. John being such a heavy steel tip rooted player, he expects some aggression pretty consistently. Although that first start does not help him out at all. I don't expect the 15 to be shot at now. Yeah, stays there. Wisely finds a trip 20, 65 point difference, and a reset. Now forcing 5 marks from Jeff Adams. Find 6. Make it 9. Another Jeff Adams 9 mark on the stream. Had 15 all day so far. Good calculated response coming back from John. Needed to find at least a single on that second dart to give yourself options. Doesn't regain the point lead. Now, if I'm Jeff, I'm thinking grab a 20, grab a trip 15, grab a trip 16. Doing a play along those lines. I'm not trying to close all 3 here. Oh, but you have to hit the big single. He knows it. Yeah, that's going to be a frustrating turn. You can see him pantomiming the choke there. Stop the bleed. Does get the point lead back. Yeah, it does try to stop the bleed. He really wanted to get that first trip to be able to go single. But just trying to make sure he doesn't continue to take damage on the 15s. He's up 3 numbers, which has given him a lot of comfort in this leg. And with no trips found there, single 15, 2 single 20s, effectively job done. Grabs the 15s. Now it's going to regain that point lead. And now can go into the 16s of the bull or more points. Does find the 16s. Good shot. JB John Beard. Trevor saying, think for chairman of the board, I'm going to put people no one knows who they are on the stream and just let you create lore about them. Oh, please. I love making up facts that aren't true. I love gaslighting dart players, as probably a better way to word that. In fact, if you ever pay attention real closely to some of those bullshooter thumbnails on those videos, sometimes I Photoshop a finger off somebody's hand to see if anybody notices. Bulls are closed with a 5-point deficit, but 4-number advantage. John Beard seals away leg number 1. Back to the winners race to 3 format, by the way, folks. Big single 19 or single of any of the numbers other than what is closed will do the job, so should be good to go. John Beard takes leg number 1 in what was overall pretty convincing fashion, although Jeff doing a great job of mounting a defense on those 15s at the tail end. Just doesn't turn into results quite yet, but wouldn't be anything to worry about going into leg number 2 here. Good stuff from John. Love that shot. Best opening response to the best worst opening, right? Best worst opening, 5 marks on the 20. It's the most amount of marks you can hit without getting the point lead and guaranteeing your number can't get attacked. Does end up getting attacked by John, who falls just shy on what was be a very assertive shot, and then Jeff answers back with a 7 of his own. We got quite the battle early on in leg number 2 here. He taking a look. He did take the look. Doesn't convert. Joey, go make a sandwich. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, this looks a lot cleaner from Jeff. I'm going to have to agree with your analysis there, Vaughn. He's really starting to collect. Both these guys are firing up both above a 6 right now. This is about to get very, very interesting. And just the 1 mark on the turn, effectively a bagel. Jeff, you see, he had to do a little extra backup there. I don't think he was expecting to have this wide open of a shot, and he's going to take advantage of it. Yeah, solid 5. This is looking quickly to be into 1-1 territory. Less than crazy changes direction. Good shot there. John Beard continuing to fight along, making up for his missed round at the 18s. But not enough to really tip the scale, unfortunately, as it's just a single 17 needed to close. 20 for safety and stays up there for more. No question that right now Jeff really wants to make sure to get this leg get 1 apiece. He's feeling good, and he knows John is too. So now Jeff corner pockets are within his reach. John, again, not much he can do. He's still fighting this leg at a 5. Great job going against what is quite the storm from Jeff. He's going to make this interesting. Oh, you expected that to be a 9. It's a nice 7. And not going to be interesting enough. This should still be a classic close. Grab a little bit of points on top. Grabs the points on top first. Grabs the double 15. And then how about an 8 mark from Jeff Adams saying, yep, I'm going to go ahead and lock this leg in. And John just has a laugh about it. But this is the scary thing about John in particular, and why I'm such a big fan of his game. Every time I played against him or watched him play, his mental really just never gets shaken. He is always in the same gear. He's smiling. He's having a good time. He's taking it seriously, but not much rattles him. Jeff thought that was in, has to readjust real quick. Does get it in 1-1. This race to 3. This is to get to the top 4 on the winner's side against either Ramon or Steven. And now John gets a start. Let's see what he does with it. You know what? That will do. Looked away for a quick second, check a notification. JB hits a 9 mark to get things going. Good shot from John Beard. And Jeff punts, as this is looking very dangerous very, very, very early on. John has hit infinitely more marks than him this leg. And he's still going to hit more. Oh, expected it to go into the 18. Only 4 triples in a row, John. That's all you're going to do? Great shot from John Beard. Jeff just kind of not locked in this leg. Taking a stretch, but if I'm John, I really want to pounce. If I get 2 more numbers up here, I'm winning this leg guaranteed. It's already almost guaranteed if you get 1 more number. But that doesn't feel like it affords you any guarantees. Jeff knows that in a leg where he should be completely out of it by now, it was 2 lax turns that followed the beautiful start. It's letting him get back in. He needs to squeeze a little bit of juice out of this 18. Finds 4. After that first start, that's one of the better case scenarios, if not the best case scenario. And you need this to not be a 4 mark on a 18 to 17. That's if you're Jeff. As John displeased with the 18 being a trip on the last or on the first. Finds the 17s, back to course correct. Yeah, good stuff from John. Back to 3 numbers up. Continuing his point advantage. Jeff, for fun, is going to hit a 7. Because of course he is. That's Jeff Adams. Can't let his average dip under a 3. What is this? John, with no worries, knows he has the extra numbers for insurance, can play this close. All over that 16. It just doesn't quite go. Now, this is the outside opportunity. If you're Jeff, you're thinking, all right, I have to bet these 16s all I can get and hope that he doesn't regain the point lead and hit the single 16. That is your only play you can do here. Fortunately, won't be able to get that accomplished. Single on any of the points, single 16 makes John Beard likely to go up 2-1. Missed the big single. Jeff still gets to fight along on these 16s. You're still wishing for an error to get out of the situation, but it's an opportunity he's going to be happy to take, it seems. Only a 4. Again, a great start to a turn for Jeff that hasn't led to a great finish of a turn. John playing it safe this time with his approach. That's a huge last start. If you don't trip that last start, at least opportunity for your opponent to hit a white horse, make it 4-3 on the bulls. John only needs 3 to get that 2-1 advantage. Not quite yet, John. Just shy. He needs one more bull on his return. He even pointed on his miss. He's just that good. We'll get 3 clear for the 1 bull, so shouldn't need to deviate off his game plan. No match start or game darts for the opponent. First one looked like it was a split mind dart. I wasn't exactly sure if he was intending to load up or not, but it doesn't matter if you correct on the second. John Beer 2-1 up. Austin Braswell does beat Rodney Pryor, so we'll be our first one in the top 4. We'll be seeing him again. See Steve McDowell to the side there. I didn't know he's still in. Look at him go. He's making a loser's bracket run after losing his first round on the winner's side. Beating out Dave Shelton, Larry French, Adam W. And now he's playing Robert Mitchell. So still fighting along, Mr. Bus Driver. Jeff Adams does get the start. Can he send us to a last leg decider? You open up the last leg with a bagel after the 9 mark from John. So no matter what, better start to this leg. Two single 19s for JB. Gonna feel frustrating. This is definitely a parity to the last leg. But now you expect Jeff to pounce on those 19s. Trips it. Thought it would have hurt for more, but still does a good job of getting himself out in front. Vaughn, I definitely made him not like steel tip cricket. That's for sure. He's even saying something about that. Steve was before our match was on, and like we were on the record and we were just talking in Discord, and he's like, I just have never been a fan of cricket and steel tip. It just doesn't feel the same. It feels so much more punishing, blah blah blah. And boy, did he ever feel those feelings after he played me. Ain't that right? I'm so fired. Hugging the wire on the 18s. Does convert to a trip on the second. Another one would help. Just sails it a little bit high. So Jeff can go 1-2 on the close. Grabs the points first. I don't know if I love the stay, but it doesn't matter if you hit that third dart. 110 point advantage for Jeff Adams. John just going to make a stand at the 17s now. See what he can get going. Dead center. Can use that dart. Expect to collect at least one more trip. It's so inviting. And he does find his third dart placed right next to his first one. Beautiful placement from John. Jeff shouldn't be too dissuaded by. I wouldn't mind him playing a little bit conservative. I like that first start at point, and then he goes down, stays for 2, gets the close. I like that from Jeff. Good shot selection. John to try to fill up the 16s. Doesn't do so. Drops that last one low. 14-point difference. So same thing. I'm thinking I'm going to 20 or 19 till I trip. Finds the 19. Tries to walk it to the 16. Not happy with the second or third dart. But the right shot selection. I'm thinking 2 trip 16s and a trip 15 for the fans. I'm John. Depends on how much room you have in the bet on the 16 after the first 2. Like there, you stay on 16. That's so inviting. 15 doesn't help you enough. I would stay on that. That's beautiful. Decides to just go ahead and close that 19. I don't mind the shot. Oh, this is a huge opening. Just a trip on that last does not feel like enough. 4 16s and a trip 20 would be a massive 7 mark. First dart's on. Second dart's on. Does he take a look at the 20s? Oh, and he drops it. John Beard clawing his way back in. Jeff is going to need some kind of shutdown shot, loading up those 20s massively. That's awkward cross. It might be one of the only darts where there's an argument now to go somewhere else. Hero dart close, or frankly, it's such an ugly spot. He's going to try to throw into those darts, it looks like. You have to really drill this last dart. Yeah, and he floats it over. There's a strong argument to take the hero shot at the 16 or to start the 15s or bulls on that last dart. First dart tripped for the point lead. 2 20s. You have to switch to the 20 on this dart, especially with the top side trip 16. Yeah, and now you're going to hit the big close. And he pulls the big close. John can't believe he made that mistake. Jeff giddy at the opportunity. Let's convert on 1 trip and 2. It is going to hurt John quite a lot. 111 points and an error you typically don't see. John has been nailing these trip 16s. I think he's hit the first dart at it 4 turns in a row now. He's not missing them. If he hits a single 20, it forces a 6 mark from Jeff. That time he does hit it and hits it assertively with a trip. So he's gambling here. If Jeff hits trip 15, trip 16, he gets advantage going into bull, but he has to hit the 6. Can't hit the 6 now. Wide open, only a 1 mark. John Beard could potentially make this a 3-1 win, clawing his way back into this leg. 4 15s is huge. Oh no, you have to build to 16, right? Yeah, he does. He's tripping it too well to not. He moves back to the 15 after the adjustment dart. We'll see. That last dart's all comfort. You either stay on the 16 or you go for the 15. That's truly what you're feeling in that moment. Oh, and Jeff, unfortunate, doesn't hit another punishing round. Now dip below a 4. John should be pretty good to go in cruise control. 2 big 15s, mark up the bowler, push it with the 16s. He's playing for the win. Doesn't quite get there, but is 1 bull away. John Beard turned this on Jeff Adams' head. Jeff is shaking his head knowing that he could have gotten more out of this. John Beard, everybody. It's a 3-1 win over Jeff. And you can see Jeff quick to extend a handshake, give some respect. He might be frustrated at himself a little bit there, but he also has a lot of respect for John Beard. Again, a legend of the room. As now John Beard goes on to play Stephen Marin in that next round. Top 4 matchup. And they got Scott Pierce taking on Austin Braswell on the bottom side. Those two will meet in the seat match after. Our losers bracket rolling right now. This thing is moving pretty quick today. I'm not going to lie. They're doing a great job over there at King Seat Bar and Grill. And I would expect nothing less from the great crowd over there. Huge shout to Eclipse Designs and King Seat Bar and Grill for all that they do. Steve McDowell milking the camera, knowing that he's on the big screen. You can see the camera, let's say, adds 10 pounds, but I'm convinced the 10 pounds was already there. As it does look like we are going to get that first top 4 matchup. Scott Parse, I really hope I'm saying that right. Scott, I've met you enough times where I should know better. Taking on Austin Braswell. That will be coming up next. Don't go far, folks. All right, folks, time for a top four matchup to see who makes it to that king seat position. Austin Braswell versus Scott Parise, and what should be a very, very fun one. I'm looking forward to seeing if Austin can replicate that performance he just put on the stream not too long ago against Adam. What we're going to see out of him. And of course, our first look at Scott up close today. So I'm curious to see how Scott's throwing. Seen him on the sides, the board's next to the stream quite a lot today. Austin definitely having a look of determination in his eyes, looking for results. Scott's another man trying to deny him of such. Steve Marr and John Beard, your other top four matchup. Currently, people still in the tournament. Ryan Brogan, William Tenney going up against each other in losers round 5. Round 4, losers matchup. Keith Namaga taking on Johnny 4. Winner of that will take Rodney Pryor. Then round 4, the losers, Robert Mitchell, Stephen McDowell taking on each other. Winner of that will get Ramon George. And then bottom side here, Jeff Adams, Kyle Coley are currently going at it. So those are your remaining players in this year's tournament. By the way, nobody that was in the top 4 last year in it this year, as no Tim Adams or Brian Dennis or Kenny Doyle playing this year. That was your 4th, 3rd, and 1st respectively. Shane Watson had a tough run today, did not get results. William Tenney last year did get 5th, so he's still fighting along. No Joey Johnrow in the field or Larry Schramm. Let us know where you're watching from, folks. We've been live for 3 hours and some change. Hanging out, bringing coverage of this one. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. So we're getting close to that king seat matchup. Beautiful trip 20 down to the 17s. Finds the 17s for Braswell. And back up to the 20s. Not leaving any room for error. Kyle Brogan asking, who are the final players once again? Stephen Marr taking on John Beard on the top 4 side to get to the seat match. Of course, you got this match, Scott Parise and Austin Braswell. You got Ryan Brogan taking on William Tenney in losers round 5. And then you got Keith Namaka taking on Johnny 4. Winner of that gets Rodney Pryor. Robert Mitchell, Steve McDowell taking on Ramon George in that next round. And then Jeff Adams, Kyle Coley currently facing off as well. Those are your remaining players. First place, $1,000 for this one. Second place, $500. Third place, $250. So right now, you got to be thinking, if I win this match, I'm guaranteeing at least $250 in my pocket. If I lose this match, I'm only guaranteed $100 in my pocket. Good fight on the 17s. Austin should be able to get advantage going into the bulls. I don't know if I love how conservative he's playing this shot. He's really not risking it at all. I was going to say you could get 3 15s there, as it was 5-3 on the bulls, not 4-3 if you took all 3 to close. But I don't think there's anything wrong with teeing it up. Every leg does matter in this format, and I think Austin's really hungry for this one, like I said at the start of the day. 71-point difference now. Better position. Require 7 bulls to 3. Now this is that 1-2-3 close. And Scott, nothing he can do. You can just go up there and try to hit at least 4 bulls. If you hit double, you can take the swing at the 20. Otherwise, there's no real version where you look at the 20. I guess if you hit at least a single bull, you could also throw a 20 to leave yourself a 6 bull game shot. But the last start, 20 doesn't matter. That was a frustration turn at the tail end of a leg that's looking to go in Austin Braswell's favor. Not quite yet. Needs a double. Just 2 bulls. Return shot here for Scott. Even though he does find a couple bulls, it's all for naught, as now Austin Braswell should get that first leg on the board. 1 bull needed. 1 bull found. Good shots there. And honestly, the average fell off just because of the bulls for Scott. But great gameplay from Scott. I think he'll take advantage of going first quite well. This is looking to be an interesting one, folks. Does look like the other top 4 is getting started. So after this match, we'll probably get the seat match. Or maybe 1 losers and then the seat match, give or take. As we're starting to get all to the positional rounds. Currently got a couple matches playing into the 9th through 12th section. Oh, Scott did not open up how he intended. And that's everything that Austin Braswell intended. 9 mark 17 of the day, assuming I haven't missed any. Good shot there. As Boogie Braswell takes advantage. Scott's just going to have to shake it off, pretend he's against the darts. All you really can do. Find 7. I'm curious to see how defensive Austin is of this 20. He's up a leg already. He has the higher grounds. He's going to take a look early. Finds the 19. I expect him to pad a little bit more. Yeah, there it is. Back-to-back 9 marks for Boogie Braswell to get things going in leg number 2. He's feeling good right now. And also leaving no questions about his defense of the 20s. I figured he was going to be more keen to points just given match position and his typical leanings. It's another thing if you're just hitting everything you're aiming at, though. Frustration dart for Scott pans out to nothing. Was trying to get a single 20. Austin blows the perfect game. Now that's all he's thinking about. Big single 18 on the last. Gets it done there. 9 mark, 3 mark, but in great position. Scott's going to be a little frustrated that he didn't close that 20 on the last, just because it makes his position so much harder than it could have otherwise been just by collecting on it. Then again, only hits 3 17s. If you hit 9 17s here, you're going to be so mad that you missed a single 20. Yeah, Austin just continuing to dictate this game, trying to get that 2-0 jump. He's looking very prime for a 2-0 jump. Just 2 16s. I think Scott's thinking about the next leg. Just very unfortunate. He couldn't get it going in this one. And Austin putting on a just grade A performance, top of his class type of showing. 6.66 and 1 bull away from the win for Boogie Braswell. Of course, Scott knows it's a race of 3, but so far we have not seen someone recover from a 2-0 deficit yet today on stream. It's a tall task, especially in this format. Scott's just going to need to take advantage of the next game here. He's going to have to start off strong. That 2 mark open, just unfortunately, was not enough. Austin still struggling to cross the finish line. Does get there towards the end. Does dip his average below a 6. Austin, we're not recording the averages. You're fine. No holding back. Here we go. Scott to get things started. Can he course correct? That's going to be the question here. Good 5 mark from Scott. A better correction. But just by the way that also on that second leg, my opponent's mental is running on thin ice. I'm thinking, how can I just throw something that will really frustrate the crap out of him right now? That's one of the things that I would be thinking about. Knowing, okay, I'm the comfortable one here. Just tell the body language difference where Austin's kind of like giving himself a little shake it off there for the most part, just kind of like looking confident, shoulders held high. Scott, his head's looking down. He's looking serious. He's trying to just refocus right now. Continue to add on to that pressure. Find a shot where you have to force Scott to hit. If he doesn't hit, that's when you're starting to do mental damage to yourself. Some of the things you need to think about occasionally when it comes to the game of darts, but it first starts off with you hitting what you're aiming at, and hitting a couple singles per turn is not going to help Austin apply any pressure to Scott's direction. Scott not going to waste any time with this. Does find those 19s. I think that last art 20 was purely because of how much Austin was hitting his 20 on the defense. Part of me really thinks that he would have normally gotten 18 on that last, or 17. Austin spent it all in the last leg. Having trouble collecting this one. Scott just needs to collect a big 6 here. Really just 3 on the 18s, but if you collect 18s and 17s, you can lock this leg away almost. Gotta be careful. Let's just get 1, 2, 3. That's a favor to Austin, but only if Austin capitalizes and Scott then has some struggles on his next throw. Austin still unable to convert on the trip. Does do so on the last start. Very frustrating. Very much the opposite of the start of the last leg. Scott's not going to pay it any mind. Good shot from him so far. Marks up the 15s. Saves him for later. Another 5 mark for Austin. You can tell the body language trying to shift a little bit. He's starting to get a little bit more serious. He got a little too relaxed, maybe an adrenaline dump after the second leg there. He knows he's going to need to lock in because he just gave away a free leg at a 3.4. Scott, who's throwing solid this leg, don't get me wrong, is not throwing the lethal darts that you would expect. Again, considering how their leg 1 bout was 5 versus 5 for all of it. Scott to go ahead and get this 2-1, get the first leg on the board, make sure the giant can bleed. Does a good job of teeing himself up for that next throw. Austin definitely looking a little snatchier here. See, that second dart definitely had a cleaner rhythm to it. That first one looked just a little bit there. And you can see in that third dart, it looked like he's trying to place that dart and his arm's fighting him just a little bit. So you need to settle that into place, knowing that he wants to get the win with the throw, not leave it to a diddle. Scott's only thinking, let me just hit these 2 bulls and go from there, as he does make it 2-1. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage of the King of the Hill tournament. Enjoying me rambling to myself. You guys hanging out along. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Here we go. 2-1. Austin Braswell has the darts started off. What does he do with his start? Good 7 mark from Austin. Scott has had struggles on his ends. This is a moment where he can't afford an error. If he starts it off right, he can carry his momentum from winning the last leg. Great answer with a 7. Right back over. Good shot from Scott. Austin's still finding luck on those 20s. Yeah, I don't expect him. I think he's going to use a very similar strategy to his leg 1 and 2, is heavy defense of that 20. That's going to be his main priority. He's hitting it too well to not play conservative. I don't want him to take too many aggressive shots until he gets the opportunity to only be aggressive from there on out. Like right now, he did a good job of really teeing up, should be able to get a clear shot at these 19s and continue to push the envelope. Scott, unfortunately, just having some frustrations at the wrong time. This can be costly, but how costly will it be? Loses the 19s in the transaction. And then Austin only pads a little bit of points. It could have hurt more. This is a redemption turn. Awkward first start, hanging over the bed. You can see that one stacked right on top of the first barrel. Third one does deflect in. That's a really well thrown dart. He had to really put some gas on it to make sure it didn't go too far out, and that was perfectly placed, but fortunately not enough with a 109-point difference to tip the needle. Just another 1-2-3 from Austin. That 1-2-3 makes sense. Again, you can't close right now and get the point lead. Even with a 3 in the bed in the 17s, it doesn't change that. Austin put himself in a position where he can go in cruise control. And with an unfortunate deflection, Scott might be running out of rope. Austin to just grab the 17s. Just needs to focus on getting that close. Does so in style with a trip. He even stays there. He's really not messing with this one. 143-point difference. I think a lot of that fire that we're seeing out of him right now, not that this leg's 5.2. He's going to be happy with it, but he's going to consider it an average leg. The difference is just how poor the leg was before and how he's able to snap right back into it is your positive takeaway. If you're Scott, you're thinking a lot of negative takeaways about Austin Braswell right now, though. 16s are gone. On to the 15s. Good wire dart. Should be able to convert. Does do so. Finds a 7. Gets some stuff with it as well. Big shot from Boogie Braswell. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Currently, we got 2 men that have made the money so far in that 7th to 8th place position. William Tinney on the top half is sitting there. Bottom half, Jeff Adams, Kyle Coley, and Ryan Brogan fall just short of the money today. Braswell does get it done there. You can see getting some respect to Scott, but overall, other than one real leg where Austin dipped down, pretty much a firm control matchup for him as he moves on and is guaranteed to play in that seat match against either Steve Martin or John Beard. Now, I do believe every match that can be playing is currently playing, so we won't be able to get too good of a look. Let's see what we can do. See if we can get like a sneaky angle. Trying my best to see if we can get a little angle of this matchup right here. All right, well, this is about the best I can do. This is going to be an overhead view of the Ramon George Robert Mitchell match. Board 4, the one that you see over to the right, will be the Steve Martin John Beard matchup. So at least it's something. We'll go ahead and hang out this angle. Currently waiting for that other top 4 match to finish so we can get that seat match. And then we got both of our 9th through 12th matches remaining currently in progress. So we're going to stay overhead with this. As soon as that next match is available, the commentary will resume. Don't go far, folks. Give us a follow. Nick DiChiria bringing coverage of the King of the Hill tournament, 4th annual, brought to you by Eclipse Designs and King Seat Bar and Grill. Welcome back, everybody, to another great matchup here for the King Seat Bar and Grill King of the Hill tournament, brought to you by Eclipse Designs 4th annual. We got Jeff Adams taking on Robert Mitchell in the losers bracket matchup here. We are in the money from here on out, folks. This is 7th to 8th place. Loser takes $60, and each win gets you more money in your pocket. Time to lock in and see who will be the King of the Hill to join Chrissy Grimmel as the Queen of the Hill. After this match, we will be getting that King Seat matchup of John Beard, Austin Braswell. So that will be coming up next. Winner of this matchup plays Scott Parise in that 5th, 6th position match. Just a race to 2 in the losers bracket, so blink and you miss it. Strap in, folks. We're getting towards the tail end of our coverage here. We've been live now for quite some time, almost 4 hours. I've been having fun bringing you guys coverage of all these excellent matchups on our mainstream board. So far, though, Jeff Adams looking at control of leg number 1. Got to see a little bit of Robert play against Ramon in that previous round matchup over on our overhead camera. Try to get some bonus coverage when possible. They've been doing a good job of not having too long of a breaks between matches, and at that point, there was just the unfortunate point of everything that can be played is being played, which is a good problem to have. It does seem like this tournament is going even faster than the ladies one last Saturday. These guys are cruising. No luck on the defense there from Jeff Adams. Still only an outside chance for Robert in this league to turn things around. Rocking the full deep state setup there with the hat and jersey. Then again, I guess you got the full Eclipse side of things there from Mr. Jeff, it looks like. And very conservative shot, but very great shot nonetheless from Jeff. Pretty much locking leg number 1 up in his favor. And not much Mitchell could have done even with a 9 mark. Don't understand Jeff starting upstairs. He could have easily started 15 in this scenario with 3 numbers up, but doesn't collect. So we'll see what ends up happening. It's going to be fairly inconsequential. But yeah, I should have definitely just started the 15. They're very confusing. Like even right now, you can start the 15. If Robert hits the 8 mark, you still have advantage of 3 to their 4 on the bulls. And there starts it. And this time immediately takes the game out, Jeff Adams. All right. Have it your way. 1-0 lead. Nice and quick there. Robert to get the start in leg number 2, looking for a course correct. All over the ones. This is going to be potentially damaging. Yeah, just a single 20. Hits the board. Lets it know how he feels. Jeff can do a lot with this. Still got to get the close. Don't want to get overwhelmed by how open everything is. And there, just 1, 2, 3. Makes a slight grimace, but still does the bare minimum on the turn, which is punish not taking advantage of the start. I don't like that hesitation. Yeah, Robert was not sure. I think after that first start, you can go for the single. And instead, miss the second and hesitate on that third. Doesn't reset himself. When that happens, reset yourself. Don't try to continue to go in motion. It might feel easy to do so, and sometimes it might even pay off. But a lot of times when you break your concentration to that level, it's very hard to continue your dart stroke from where it's at. Good shot there from Jeff, by the way, to defend his 20s. 19s under attack do go away. And the 17s, that's great for the insurance policy, knowing that you have the X on your own number, knowing you have somewhere you can bail out to. Jeff is looking prime in this leg. Robert, unfortunately, not able to get it going in leg number 2. It's going to be dipping his average even lower. Throws a bull, almost effectively conceding the leg, unfortunately. Jeff not going to pay that much mind. Yeah, and he's immediately contesting the bull as well. Such a steel tip shot after the 20s through 17s are closed to grab a bull. Leaves himself a game shot on the return with trip, double bull. Jeff Adams looking primed to play Scott this next round here. Gets a double on the last start, moving all around that 16 to try to get that close. Does get it done. 2 bulls and 3 15s away from the win. Jeff definitely with a look of determination. Megan Watson's picks of Jeff and Steven are looking really smart. Brandon Pritz did fall a little bit shy today, but was always a strong choice, and no one was going to disagree with Megan on her take earlier in the comments. And that last star just chucked up in frustration. Jeff to walk through, move on to the 5th, 6th position match. Gets it done there, and you can see Robert, that frustration was internalized. There was nothing but love and respect between these guys. Jeff Adams will continue to fight along. Coming up next, without a shadow of a doubt, John Beard, Austin Braswell, the King Seat matchup. Winner is guaranteed that finals appearance. That's going to be a great matchup even. I already see John's back there talking. Austin's probably not too far away. That match should be up here in just a moment's time. I'm Nick Sure bringing coverage of this amazing tournament. Don't go far, folks. Time for another great matchup here at the King Seat Bar and Grill in Hollanday, Florida. My name is Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage of the 4th annual King of the Hill Dart Tournament. We have our King Seat matchup on our main board here today. John Beard and Austin Braswell. I'm looking forward to seeing how this match will transpire. What's going to happen? Austin Braswell seems destined for a run today, but John Beard is the classic Titan that you would expect to be in keen form of denying Austin such a legacy. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you got in this one. Been going at this for about 4 hours now and been enjoying every bit of it, folks. Hope you guys are ready for a good show, as these guys are ready to put on a good show and start off with a 9 mark from Boogie Braswell. Fortunately, doesn't have the second dart going to the 19. Yeah, there was no way to be able to close that 20 with any meaningful amount of pressure applied. Also can still start in the 19s. It's exactly where he's going. Gonna stay, hope to collect in the second. Does do so. He's been playing conservative with this last start, but this time attacks, finds the 17. Awesome, Braswell maintaining that form that we saw from him earlier, playing with some ferocity. Oh, the King Seat match is a race to 4, by the way, not a race to 3. So longer format, what we're going to be watching here. While this is going on, currently on the bottom side of the bracket, we still got William Tinney and Keith Namaka playing against each other. Winner will play Stephen Marin in that 5th, 6th position match. And then the other 5th, 6th match currently underway, Scott Paris and Jeff Adams. Those are your remaining players. By the time this match is over, it may very well be time for that 3rd place match almost. Depends on what kind of battle we get. Right now, Austin looking likely for the first leg. No guarantees till it is done and over. John Beard, a tough opponent. I believe it's the last person to beat me in a CDCQ school event back in 2019. Also continuing to push the envelope, though, in leg number 1. Good stuff from Boogie Braswell. Just a couple years ago, was brand new at the game. Didn't really start taking it seriously till 2021. And let me tell you, he has been up and up and up ever since then. It's a little sad to see his partner, Kenny Doyle, not in the field. Would have loved to see if he was on for the 3-peats. He didn't win the last 2 years. Jesse Gore winning 3 years ago. And the inaugural King of the Hill. John hitting some bulls for the fans. Gets a couple on the board. Finds 4. But Austin to go ahead and take leg number 1. Put it under his belt. 2 bulls needed. Gets it in 1. Austin Braswell. 1-0 lead. 5-2-5 for that first leg. Not bad start at all. Today has definitely been breezing by, folks. Hope you guys have been enjoying this, because I thoroughly have been having a rootin' tootin' amazing time. We'll say a lot of dart streams coming up this week. We got more CSE action on Monday and Wednesday. We also have some Saturday action, or excuse me, some Tuesday action, Saturday action. Saturday action's today. We have some Tuesday action with the DPFL live streams that we do. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll have live streams. Thursday, I'll be out on the road. So will Will. I'll be at the Oklahoma Throwdown. He'll be at the Booyah Darts Dark Horse Classic. And weekend after that, we'll meet up and be bringing coverage from the San Antonio Bull Shooter. Austin gonna defend that 20 with the X on it. He's staying. Now he's looking. No? His eyes fluttered. He looked down and glanced back up, but does not break his own concentration, it seems. Good 6. Yeah, I was going to be very surprised if he moved on that third dart. Not much John can do, even with a third dart trip. This is a turn where, again, I expect the 19s to go away. That should be the main goal of the turn. Now pad the 20s. Oh, he's moving. He want to hit that 17 transition like he did last time. He's going to stay for it as well. It does pay off. You had to hit a trip if you're going to stay down there, and does do so. Good shot from Austin Braswell. Heather and Andy in the chat saying, let's go, Austin. You got Don cheering on John Beard. Let us know who you're cheering for, guys. This is a tense matchup between these guys. So far, Austin showing the higher gear between the two. JB having trouble collecting on some of the bigger turns. Doing lots of 4s and 5s. Has not done lots of 6s and 7s, which is where Austin seems to be living at the moment. Good close on the 18s. Braswell continues to move along. Big 5. Austin saying, so no live interviews for anybody at King's Seat for sure. That's an easy decision. John giving his starts a pep talk, only a 4 mark. Austin going to continue to push the envelope. He's going to get himself halfway there. It is race to 4 in the seat match, so there's a little bit more time. As William Tinney does get knocked down and out in the 7th, 8th place position match, Keith Nama moves on to play Stephen Marin in that 5th, 6th position. Steve McDowell saying, never made the stream. I suck. Don't worry. We talked about you sucking plenty. That was actually like the main topic of discussion earlier. The comments started it. I was trying to be nice to you, Steve. I would never say anything about you and I on a microphone, unsupervised. Austin's got himself 2 bulls away. You're welcome, Steve. 2 bulls away from a 2-0 jump. Here we go. Austin has to do a little bit more work now. But nails on the second dart, 5.55 and a 2-0 jump against John Beard in this race to 4. Ryan Dennis in the chat saying, my dude, what's going on? Brian making friends Dennis, great to see you tuning in. Steve McDowell sending a ominous warning to everybody that you might hear his sultry tones on Tuesday's DPFL. But John, to get us started, leg number 3, starts off on the right foot, gets a 7. Good stuff from John, who hasn't looked super settled in this match. But again, the longer he plays, the more settled he looks. Austin responds right back with a 7. You can tell Austin's a little fired up. He's doing that look over the shoulder. He's flexing his muscles in his mind. Oh, needs to collect this last start. Just a single doesn't feel like enough. Trip 19 gives you a clean shot at this 20. Can you work in on that dart? It's a little bit awkward. Yeah, the second one's kind of undercut. Did not hurt at all. Doesn't regain the point lead. John can take a deep breath and take advantage of this situation. I want to see 2 at the 21 to 19. I don't want to see any other iteration of this throw. With only a 6-point difference, he's starting 19. He's staying for 3. I don't like that shot here. And especially if you don't get the close. But even if you did get the close, you're just asking your opponent to hit a 7 in a situation where in the last leg he was a 5-5. In this case, you kind of gave him a freebie turn. Austin really wants to pounce. Doesn't collect on 20. Has to go back down. Does hit a big 7. Still a big punishing turn. 108-point difference. A rare error from John Beard. Solid 5. Does help the cause, but not enough. 20 should go away this turn. Oh, that changes things quite a lot. Austin has to bail. And then going back up. Oh, I don't love this at all. Does hit the close. You have to hit that last start. But that was Austin not being too sure of what he really wanted to do. That could have been a lot worse. Yeah, this could be a punishing turn. No matter what the start is, last start should be single 19. 27-point difference. He stays for 6. This is where you typically see Austin collect 4 or 6 19s and 2 darts. He really likes open shots like this, but that first start well off the margins. This could be a gift. And just a 5 does recover quite well. But John Beard getting himself back into this leg. Four-point lead. Should take the close. Does get the close. Now playing a game of 7 mark. Who's going to hit the big 7? Who's going to hit the momentum shifter? All over. Won't get an opportunity to look at those 18s now. Much needed last start trip. Adds 30 points. Makes this more of a back and forth, close to even affair with slight favor to John Beard right now. You can see Austin nodding after that first start. He knows it gives him a lot of options, and now he knows he's going to get another swing. Free swing for Braswell. I don't mind the tee up. 2 big singles. Doesn't feel like a lot. He's going to take the look. Yeah, doesn't really punish. John with another opportunity to put himself back into this leg. Good correction. Only an 8-point lead. Thank you. Oh, he's looking. He hits it. That was a very risky shot, but John Beard nails it. I think he's not liking the 18 too much. And that's why he was so quick to be able to be like, yeah, I'll take that switch down. And Austin puts a blocker up for himself. Good 15 find on the cover. Converts the 6. Keeps himself in the leg. John needs to stay with some control on this leg. He's been right there in the mix. He knows he can't afford to go 3-0 down and erase the 4. Another opening. Austin approaches with the point lead. Grabs the 18s immediately. Goes back to the 15s. Had to stay there as the single did not add a bull. Good stay. 61 point difference. Austin's regained control towards the tail end of this leg. John Beard needs to find a big 9. It's a good start. Needs to find at least one more trip to keep himself alive in the leg. Does do so. Keeps it within 13 points. Austin grabs the close. Adds a bull. And stays that even more. 6-3 on the bulls is the difference. Austin looking likely now for a 3-0 jump. John's going to look for like 3 to 4 bulls here. Try to give himself a potential outside chance. Only 2. Doesn't really give him too strong of an outside chance. Austin pushes that first start. But wisely goes to the 15, making sure that there's no game shot available, then back to the bull. Good play from Austin, even if the bulls don't collect. John continuing to do John things, going to keep himself in the running. Does find a hat. Austin still has no bulls on the board. He might parachute out early. But there you go. Finds the double. Now he's going to stay. Needs to collect this last dart in there. Doesn't do it. 3 bulls and a trip 15 for John Beard to do a little topsy-turvy. This would be a heck of a collect. There's the double. There's the single. Over to the 15 for 2-1. No! John Beard takes a swing and Austin takes a breath knowing that he got away with that. He gave him a shot and John Beard's too good to leave that shot for. But now no questions about it. Just a big 15. Does get it there. 3-0 jump for Austin Braswell. Good stuff there indeed. On to the next leg. Looks like they're putting some more quarters in there. Can we get a what for putting quarters in the dartboard, chat? That's for you, Heather. Thank you all for tuning in, guys. Scott Parise does sit now in 4th place, knocking out Jeff Adams, by the way, which is kind of shocking considering what we've been seeing out of Jeff. But it shows that Scott had more than he shown us in the previous match. So excited to see if we get a chance to look at him again. Stephen Marr and Keith Namaka go and add it on the 5th, 6th position matchup. So depending on timing, we might get 4th, 3rd place, and final, or just the 3rd place and final. It just depends if that 4th place match gets started or not before this one finishes, as they are currently still playing. Four-mark start for John Beard. We got Green Reaper and Michael in the YouTube chat hanging around. Austin Braswell's going to go ahead and hit a beautiful 7-mark to get things going. He wanted to convert that. He wants that momentum right now. John just needs to get that stable footing. Honestly, if he hits that trip 15 and makes it 2-1, I think the momentum is completely switched, and I think John all of a sudden can go on the run. I still think there's too much riding in Austin's direction to stop that force, especially at 3-0 right now. John still has control of the 20s, so he's going to be happy about this reapproach. 53-point separation. We'll take that 7 mark, even if it's no close on the 19. It still feels like a good turn. Austin could potentially snap right back with a big 7+ of his own. Not going to be able to do so. Needs to find a trip just to defend the 19s. Bails out to the 18. Not sure about that one. Definitely looked tight. Looked a little gitchy. And you can see him pantomiming in the background. Green Reaper saying, who runs Border Town? Michael saying, who runs the Dart World? I feel like I'm missing a reference. Look at that. Beautiful shot from John Beard. Great 8 mark. Looking likely for John to get a leg on the board. Austin going to still continue to make him work for it. Fighting along on now the 16s. Should get pushed down to the 15s or bulls, though, after this turn from John. Sixteens are gone. Over to the 15s. Two 15s looking all right. Not much Austin can do, even if he betted this number. He's just trying to add a dart. Can't even do that with 1 dart in hand. There is only a 1-point deficit between the two after the dart. John should be clean to just go ahead and grab this 15. He has 3 numbers. It's up to him if he would want to add a bull or not. I think it's probably the wiser decision. If you trip the second dart, then you go bull. Just because Austin is the type of player to go for all these closes right here. And bailing out single doesn't add anything. So you can see there, 21-point difference. That's why if you're going to do that, just do 2 darts. If you hit a trip, bail then. If I'm Austin, I'm taking a 4-3 on the bulls. He's going to go the opposite direction. He's going to try to hit the 4 bulls first, hope for a miss, go for the closes that way. Either case, you need a favor from your opponent. It's about which one you feel more comfortable with in that moment. John has guaranteed that Austin will not have game darts, so you start the bull here. If it misses on the first, you parachute, though. This time he's doing the reverse, parachuting first. Oh, no. John does trip on the last. If I'm Austin, if I get double bull, I might grab my first number. I might start doing the chip away strategy. He's forced to stay on the bull now, looking for 4. Only with the 2. Now has to fade John getting a starting shot at the bull. And with the first bull found, you expect the other ones to go. John Beard to make this 3-1. Does do so. Still fighting along. Can't knock down JB that easily. Put some respect to the name, Braswell, as Austin will get to start in this next leg, though. And this is where it's hard, because you have to go against the Austin throw and then win a diddle. But John's not going to be thinking about anything other than what he has to do, which is what makes him such a good competitive player. So Austin, who's been pretty good on his starts, gets the advantage of having debatably the most important start in this matchup for his own run. Just a 5. John finds that 19s with ease. And another one. Best worst opening might get punished. It does. John Beard hits a 9, or 20th of the stream today. Good shot from John. And that's why the 5 mark was like, is it really going to be enough? And very interesting here. I know that Austin likes the 17s, but even then, a 4 on the 17s only ties the score with 1 dart left in hand to be able to go for the close. 4 18s gives you a point advantage by 1. So definitely think that's a little bit interesting. Ellie asking how many 9 marks were hit the Queen stream. It was only 3 on the stream. 2 by Kelly, 1 against Kelly. That was what all we saw for the 9 marks section of the show. And a lot more today. But very different style of games that we were seeing. We were seeing a lot of aggressive 1-2 mark closes, mark here, mark there. Led to a lot of 8 marks. We've only seen 1 8 mark today. Oh no, I was looking at the 9 marks. I missed a closed number attempt. Oh, that's even better. By which one? Give us the T, Heather. I looked away at the wrong time. John, only a 2 mark on this visit. This is a turn where Austin should be giddy. Just needs a 1 2 3 mark. Over to the 19s. Doesn't hit the big single, has to bail. Oh man, both these guys letting each other off. Others saying that John Beard went up to score and hit a trip 20. Yeah, that's going to be a big ouch. This is going to be a big ouch right here. Punishes Austin for not hitting the big 3 mark. Solid 5 from Austin. Keeps himself battling. This is, again, moments where we've seen John Beard be in favorable positions, but we have not seen him take firm control of a match like this. That's what the focus should be. How can I get control? Tries to hit the decisive 18 blow. Instead has to go back to the 19s. 105 point difference. It's a great shot by John. Trip 18 only recovers to -1 point for Austin. It's back within a 15-point game. Still too close to call in this leg. Although John averaging a whole mark around above should be able to do some door shutting. But can you do some door slamming? That helps. Gets the 18s done. Back to the 19s. 53 points. Austin well off in the first. Gonna have to readjust. Does do so kindly. Good trip 16. Last one got away. I'm not sure if that was a 19 or not, but not the most convincing of last starts, unfortunately for him. Three single 16s for JB. Continues to push along. When does Austin push back? Can he even push back in this leg? That 7 helps the cause. 23-point difference. John continuing to try to shut this one down. Yeah, that was a smart dart to move back to the 19s on the last. It was high risk, high reward on the 15s. Still leaves a potential shot here. Austin fishing for an 8. Can get away with a 6 technically. That's the only dart you can't hit there. And you can see he even knows that he's juggling his dart. Need to hit at least a single. That dart was too inviting. Unfortunately kicked up. I don't know. There's an argument to close 19 still. Does stay for a trip 15. The only reason I say there's an argument to close the 19 is that you're leaving yourself 4 bowls on the return and the opponent still has to close your 15, basically leaving yourself 4 to 4. I don't think I would have hated that shot, but considering he collected on the trip 15, I just got to say I think he made the right decision. 1 point advantage. Does stay. 4 15s will be enough to get the point lead by 2. Finds a trip. Finds the 19 this time. Back to the 15s. Austin Braswell hits a big 8 mark. The one he was trying to hit in the last turn. Hit it this one. Better late than never for Boogie Braswell. 32-point difference between the players. Massive shot going into the bullseyes. This was looking like it could have gone 3-2. Might be 4-1. There's 4 bulls. That's a good shot. I think Austin needs to be that confident guy. He's up 3-1. Start the bull here. Does do so. Needs to find 3. And does do so. Gives it a little bit of stuff. And you can see Austin really wanted that one. He does get there. John Beard, unfortunately, going to the loser side of the bracket. Going to feel a little frustrated, but he's not going to feel down and out, as he is now going to be waiting on the winner of that 4th place matchup. Steven Marin taking on Scott Parise. Scott, I feel so bad. I'll pronounce your name better. I'll keep practicing. Anyways, looking forward to seeing that one. 4th place match is going to be our next up on the stream. Then after that, 3rd place, and then to the final. Don't go far, folks. We got 3 matches left today. Strap in. Well, that was quite the diddle there between these gentlemen going down to the wire. They kept hitting double bulls, and this should be a great fourth place matchup here for our fourth annual King of the Hill tournament, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. My name is Nick DiChiria. Today we're looking at Scott Parise taking on Steven Marin, which should be interesting. Steven picked to go on a run earlier today by our analyst Megan Watson. Scott, who put up a solid performance earlier, did end up knocking out Jeff Adams on this loser side as well. Curious to see what form he's playing in right now. But either case, either one of these guys has a tall task of playing John Beard in that next round. And that's what they're going to be focusing on, is getting through this guy, knowing that they're close to that final territory. Fourth place loser today gets $150 in your pocket. So this is basically a $100 money match. First place is $1,000 though, which is what you really do want. Solid shot there from Scott. Finds 5. Eighteens are closed in response. Stays for 5. Scott regains that control immediately with the trip 20. Stays for more success. Finds a good 7. Doesn't get the close in the 18 the last, but just enough where he's feeling comfortable. Trip 18 does not regain the point lead. So some saving grace for Scott on that throw, which is what made his shot selection so lethal. .15 separation now. Scott should be able to go up and grab 2 18s if he wants. This is where shots like this get dangerous, though. He's staying for the close. This leaves an opportunity for your 20s to go under attack. 4 17s gets you a shot upstairs. That's why those 2 mark closes can be so brutal. Easy to drag that first dart. Should be look up at the 20s. Steven nails a big 9 mark there. Beautiful shot and a punishment on Scott for that lax 2 mark close. 36-point difference means that now you have to hit a 9 mark right back. Finds the first trip on the 16. Finds the second trip on the 16. Hesitates. And almost executes. I think that hesitation killed him. That was a good rhythm too. Good 7 mark either way. Bare minimum on the turns that point lead. And that's all that's going to happen. Scott looking to punish. Solid close nonetheless. Just 1 mark. Yeah, Steven showing some frustration toward the end of this leg, and like he was hotly contesting. Now letting Scott run away with it at the tail end. It's only if Scott actually still runs away with it. Hasn't tripped that 15 yet. Tries to sneak it in, doesn't get it. Outside opportunity for some serious damage. Won't be able to hurt too bad. Now focus on a big 2 mark close once again for Scott. Gets on the second dart. And trip 16 for good measure. Nice safety dart. 107-point advantage 3 bulls to close, 5 to get up, 8 bulls all day needed now. Well, that helps. That was the best version of that shot. Double bull for trip 16 leaves you 4-3. I have no problems with Steven taking that look. Unfortunately, doesn't convert that last start. Scott needs 2 more bulls. 1 more. Gets it there. 1-0 advantage over Steven. Pretty intense matchup. Not going to lie. Steven will have the darts here. Needs to take advantage of the start. Great 7 mark open from Steven. Starts off nice and assertive. Well, these guys showing good promise. It's one of those things where you look at the people in the seat match and you think, okay, what's it going to take to beat these guys? Right now, John Beard, I think, has shown similar levels of performance than what we're seeing to Steven Scott. I think that this is still wide open in this matchup, but also in that 3rd place matchup. Never going to bet against John Beard, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a new contender face against Austin in that final. Scott not able to turn the table. So Steven should be on the attack, grab the 19s. Does it on 1 dart. Should be able to continue now, walk along. Finds the 17s. No pressure in the world. Beautiful shot. Last one was a little bit away from that 18, but does not matter. Job done on that turn. Steven looking strong in leg number 2. Quick shout out to all the people over at Eclipse Designs and King Seat for making this tournament happen. It's my pleasure to be streaming it for my 2nd year covering the King of the Hill, 1st year covering the Queen of the Hill. Had a lot of fun covering it last Saturday and this Saturday, and I hope you folks have enjoyed watching along. After this match, 3rd place and finals, we're to the tail end of our 2-weekend journey. Steven does close the 18s. Kiso then 48. So Scott, not much you can do except grab a corner pocket. It's going to be awkward. You really want to grab the 15s to at least even up the score line. First start makes it so hard. Still is able to get a trip. Not able to turn the tides. Expect Steven to continue to push along. Just the 1, 2, 3 close, nothing fancy needed. With the 20 and 17s in your back pocket, you're already going to be feeling pretty happy about that part of the situation. This is a good last stance from Scott. Finds 6. Adds 13 points. Adds a dart to Steven's throw. This is the type of stuff that gives you opportunities. And then Steven's going to go ahead and say, I don't want to give you any opportunities. Adam in the chat saying, poor Albert in the background, quote, I wish I was that good. Heard him say that once. Oh, poor Albert getting roasted for existing. That's usual, though. Good fight back still on these 15s. 38 point separation. He's hanging in there. Scott does not want this to go to a last leg decider. Steven not messing around, does hit the big 8 mark door shut shot. Great stuff there. Way to say determined in a situation that was starting to get a little hairy. And needs a couple more bulls. The closes there just don't help enough. You're always thinking, how do I get my next shot to be 4 bulls or less? And if you can do that by closing a number or by getting the bulls, you choose whichever one makes the most sense in that moment. As Steven's choosing the bull right now to bring this to a last leg decider. Here we go, folks. See who goes to play John Beard in that 3rd place matchup. They already had an insane diddle to start off this match. Looks like they're confirming who's supposed to diddle first. Outside, Scott. Frustrating dart. Can Steven punish? Steven does. Well thrown diddle. Marin to get the start in this last leg decider. Folks, who's going to get it? Steven or Scott? Let us know right now. If you wait till they throw 3 darts, you're cheating. Don't want any cheating in this chat. Here we go. Steven Marin. What do you got in store for us? Starting us off. John Beard patiently waiting over to the side, still throwing. A 4 that could have been a lot more. You're going to be happy about that if you're Scott. That first start looks so inviting. There, stays down for 7. Would have probably argued that that was a great time to take that 7 mark. Look, I love shots like 419s for a trip 20, but that last start going in as precisely as it did, it's hard to argue against that for Scott's sake. Steven having an opening here. Very frustrating turn. Only a single 20 on the last. Scott needs to just try to focus on getting a big settled capitalization shot. I don't like starting 19 here. Your goal this turn is to close that 20. The strategic error. He only stays down for 2. You have the point lead. Your opponent just struggled to hit the 20. That's a time where you have to try to start up on the attack. I don't like that. Steven gonna punish. Trip 20, trip 20. Yeah, I don't know why it was left open. Big 9 mark there for Steven Marin. Beautiful shot. Max punishment to Scott. Questionable shot selection has led to potential demise. Just the 1 mark. This is the opportunity. If Steven grabs the second number, Scott's mental is going to implode. I know mine would be. Good marker. It's on the low side of that trouble. You can see he falls it right in. And stays up for some points. Steven looking real strong right now. Scott's going to need to start hoping for some stuff to go his direction. Starts with you. Starts with 1 big turn. And right now starts with the 17s. He finds 2. Finds a 3 in the bed. Good shot from Scott. Step 1, hit a big shot. Step 2, hope for an error from your opponent. Error not looking likely. And a big 6 mark does go for the close in the last start. 24 points. 2 numbers in a dream for Steven Marin right now. Point lead has been regained, but is it all for naught? Steven needs to continue to hold control right now. Oh, he's marching. Big 6 mark for Steven. Scott is now looking like he might be down and out, and I really do think him not going for 3 big 20s with the point lead on the 1920 battle is potentially what cost him, as that was the snowball moment for Steven. It's not over yet. Scott's still fighting. I love the determination and grit. They're both these players above a 5. Throwing their best stuff of this match in this leg. But that 20 is automatic for Steven. He's been so consistent with it. There's a little bit of an opening. Not enough to be able to close all the numbers and have the point lead. So again, you're trying to bet the 15. At least add a dart to your opponent's throw by getting that point lead. Big single to a trip. Just hits the big single. But 1, 2, 3 if you're Steven. 2 marks on the 15, 1 mark on any of your points. You get advantage going into bull. And if you can get advantage going into bull, you should be happy. That's what you should be playing for. Can add a bull. Does try to do so and does do so. 32-point difference. Steven Marin, 3 bulls away right now. Scott going to try to mount a defense on the bulls. Stretching his arms out wide across the track saying, don't cross this line. 7 points down. This is, again, an interesting shot, though. For Steven, we've seen a lot of players pad it up. I think you start the bull here. He's trying to pad. Needs to find a trip for this to be effective. Does do so. He wasn't considering any other option. 3 bulls needed for Scott to make up the difference. Use that dart to his advantage. Oh, can he sneak a bull? Does find another hat trick. Adds a dart. Pressure still on Steven. Scott's hanging in there. Beautiful trip. Finds the double bull. He's going for the win right here. Gets it done. Steven Marin. Oh my goodness. What a performance from him. And again, I think that was one ill-timed shot from Scott that made that difference. He almost had that one there still, despite the strategical decision. But Scott is out, and Steven moves on to play John Beard, which will be our 3rd place match coming up next. You can see John's right there. As soon as they're ready to go, we're going to get going. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Time for the third place match here for the 4th annual King of the Hill Dart Tournament, brought to you by King Seat Bar and Grill and Eclipse Designs. I'm DiChiria, bringing coverage of John Beard taking on Stephen Marin. It is just a race to 2, best of 3. Blink and you miss it. Who will go back to play Austin Braswell in that final? Will it be John Beard on a rematch of the seat, or Stephen Marin going on a quest on the loser's side of the bracket? Stephen's only loss today was to John Beard in that winner's side top 4. So this is a rematch, one where John's looking to replicate results and Stephen's looking to change them. What will transpire on the dartboard? Who will get one step closer to claiming that $1,000 first prize? Stay tuned, folks. Here we go. Should expect the 20 to go away. Does grab it on the second. Now to add some points on the third. Beautiful 7. That looks like a beautiful 9. Steven getting things going on the 18s. Awkward with that first start hanging overhead of the trip. Still gets one in there. Finds a beautiful 5. John has controlled the pacing with the point lead and the 19s. I don't like the aggression there. My entire first start is, let me start at the 19. I'm going to hit a trip. First start's very risky for a 1-2-3 close when you're in a better position. And he felt the need to go up. He felt blocked on that second dart. Don't love the shot selection there from John. See what Steven's able to do. Should be able to get the point lead if this hits at least a single. Hits trip. Beautiful shot from Steven. Finds a 7. Gets to close on the last. And Richard Ott saying John is a steel tipper. He pushes the envelope. No, I know, and I'm very well aware that John's a steel tip legend. Not just a steel tipper. He's a steel tip legend. But also in the same vein, just earlier in his matches, he was actually playing a fairly traditional point-centric soft tip strategy. So I do think a part of his shot selection was based off the, hey, I'm in third place, I'm sitting here, let's get going. I don't think he would have shot that shot the same if it was a round or two ago. That's what I was alluding to. I know he likes to play close though. Another one of those can get him a free swing at the 18s if he wants it. It's up to you if you want it, John. 15 points. Hits. A beautiful 7 mark there, but just not enough. Needed that to go 2 holes to the right. 15 points. Close for comfort. Playing the aggressive 1-2-3. John looking for a 5 mark here. Trip and a single on either the 16 or the 15 gets you a swing at the 18 with the lead. Finds the trip 16. Staying true. Finds another trip. Big single 18 on this start. Good find. You can see the audience building behind. There's like Stacy and Savannah hanging out over there. See a couple friendly faces. Steven finding some 15s, not giving up on this leg. It's decided to stay there. It was a tied score. Could have made it tied going into the Bulls. Stays there on the 15. That does mean a trip 16 gets the point lead. A shot back, but still hard to argue against any shot that produces a 9 mark. Great shot from Marin. Oh, John's playing this close. Close to the vest. Misses the last start. Leaves just a 4 mark. Response. Single 15 gets a shot at the 16s. Steven's going to be happy about that. Over to the 16. Nails it. Beautiful darts. Finds a beautiful 7. John gonna be in some deep waters now. It's a solid first leg performance, but Steven's timing has been what's been notable between the two. Otherwise, not much separating them. Solid 4 bowls. Keeps the dream alive, especially if this gets squirrely from Steven. Steven playing it safe, not taking any looks. Does still leave a game shot available. Not sure if I'm in love with that. Can't go now by 2 points. Not a bad deflection. Can't really stay for the single 15. You have to play for the bulls, I think. I mean, I guess you're kind of hoping your opponent misses regardless, so maybe that is a smarter shot, the 15. Never mind. I won't disagree with John. Needs to grab one more bull. Oh, that was the error that John was trying to force. That was the favor needed. Now you have to capitalize right back. 3 bulls for John Beard to steal the leg away from Steven Marin. Now needs to find a double. Still needs that double to save the leg. And does get the double. John Beard saves it. Oh my goodness. 1-0 wins. Steven will get the start in leg number 2. He should have won leg number 1. He's going to be frustrated. Can't carry that over into this next leg. Gotta just play it like a brand new one. That is eviscerating of a feeling. Good correction on the second. And the third. We'll stay strong. Not going to let that last leg do any more mental fatigue, mental damage than it needs to. And then John Beard doing John Beard things. Finds a 9 to get things going. Great shot from JB. You just love to see it. It's hard to cheer against JB. I have no qualms with Mr. Steven, but everyone loves JB. And now with a 14-point lead, can take a look at the 20s if he wants. What do you dictate for us today, John? He dictates the trip 20. Single 19 right on it. Only a 4, but it's a massive 4. Pushes the envelope even further in his direction. But here comes Steven in his excellent timing. Hits a 7. He's not giving up on this, and I have to say that's some real grit we're seeing from Steven. It's so easy to deflate after losing the first leg the way he did. Good find on the first start. Very aggressive second, but still collects a John Beard. Yeah, of course it was going to be a 9 mark. It's John Beard, folks. 26 on the day. Good stuff. Good timing. Steven's just going to be thinking, man, all I needed was that trip 19 instead of just a single. He's not even really doing much wrong. John's just doing a lot right. And see, he takes a stab, just grabs that close, just in case. He needs some help here. He needs John to slow down. John looking like he's sprinting into this finals against Austin Braswell. Oh, no, this will be a gift if this doesn't close. It doesn't close. That's massive. All of a sudden, John just did a full-on trip while sprinting away with it. Steven, can you capitalize? Does a little bit of damage. Does a lot of damage. This would be a killing blow potentially. And no, it doesn't go. John gets to maintain his point advantage. Something I frankly don't think either one of these players can believe. Still hasn't been able to close the store. He needs to find this trip. Doesn't find it. Needs to fade another big shot. Big 7 mark from Steven can again seal up the corner pockets in his favor. Finds the trip, and that's an awkward spot. Still is able to find another dart in there. And moves to the 15, but doesn't get it on the last. Now John fishing for a 7. 6 15s for a single 16. Can his timing save him once again? There's the trip. Needs another one of those. On the wire. It's 25-point difference. At 25 points, I think I shoot that last hard single 16. It gets to close, leaves it 4-3. I think that's probably the shot I would do. $15s are gone. Points are added on. Yeah, I think that was the safer play. John has a lot of work to do now. This is looking likely to go the distance still. This is a great league of darts. Very fun back and forth play from both these guys. Great 5 pulls from John. Keeping himself alive once again. Steven just trying to cross that finish line. Uh-oh. Does bail out successfully. That was looking a little fishy. But 3 bulls and a single 16 is enough for the win. John knows it. This is very doable. For another steal. Finds the double bull. Hits the single bull, single 16 for a 2-0 win. John Beard, you can see everyone staring, but he does get it there. John Beard moves on to play Austin Braswell in the final. Steven having both of those legs taken from him at the tail end. Wasn't able to convert what could have easily been a last leg decider or potential 2-0 win. Not going to be in the cards today. Steven Marin will bow out in third place, and Austin Braswell and John Beard will play each other again. And what was a 4-1 win for Austin now is going to try to get this done here. But John Beard looking for different results. It's race to 4 format, both sets. So potential race to 4. Got a lot of darts left, and it's all in this final. John Beard, Austin Braswell. They're not going to waste much time getting to this dartboard at all, folks. Who do you have winning this? Let us know right now. Austin Braswell, John Beard. Austin has the seat. He has the advantage. We've been alluding to him being a potential winner all day. Well, John Beard, the other man that we've seen the most of today, going to be the one that can deny him. But will he deny him? That's going to be the question. Apparently, according to Kristen, Austin has his angry eyes, not his happy eyes on. He is looking serious. I do think that this is one of those Florida titles that there's different titles that you just want more than others. And this is a title where there's a lot of pride behind it. Like, yeah, who doesn't want a grand? I mean, you're playing a $500 money match, Austin Braswell versus John Beard effectively, right? The $500 is one thing, but equally worth, if not more, is being able to say, hey, I won the King of the Hill tournament. Doesn't matter if there's no Kenny, no Danny, no nothing. It is a tough field to win in regardless. Like for me, I'm looking to do whatever Steve McDowell does +1. That's all I expect if I were to be playing. Boogie woogie woogie. Getting us ready. John getting his credits in there. Shouldn't be wasting too much time getting into this one. John Beard and Austin Braswell for the finals. This is what we want to see, folks. A great matchup between two tough competitors. We went live about 5 hours and 20 minutes or so ago. It's Austin's kind of messing with John there about who was supposed to diddle first. Austin undercut it a little too much, does not get there. It does find on the second dart just to show that he could. So Austin won 4-1 against John in their seat match. He wants to try to get a similar result here. This is going to be a good looking finals match. I'm looking forward to seeing this back and forth play out. I don't think John's going to give Austin that 3-0 jump like he did last time. That's for sure. Good 5-bar to get things going for JB. Folks, it's that finals. Hit that share button right now. It doesn't matter where you are. Hit that right now. One time today. Even if you already hit it, hit share one more time again. Let friends know we're staying on till this is over. This is the tail end of our King Seat coverage. $1,000 to first place, $500 to second. 6 mark follows the 5 from Braswell. Point lead is grab. John's playing traditional steel. He's playing tight and aggressive. Hits a big 5. Still within 9 mark range. Also looking for a trip to get a swing. Now looking to just get stable footing. Oh, that one looked a little shanky. Recovers well in the last start. But this is the type of shot that John really likes. He can do a lot with something like this. One of the shots where you have to just try not to get too excited as a player. You can go grab a second number above your opponents. You can go for the aggressive, attack the close. There's a lot of different things you can do in a shot. It's about making sure you actually, well, capitalize on it. That's what John's doing here. Last one got away just on the other side of the wire, but it was a well-collected, well-thrown dart. That was only a 3, so Austin's going to feel fine knowing he can go trip and still have that shot. He's just fishing for that one big high gear turn. Fortunate. Moves away on the 18, not liking his darts, and just kind of floats up 2 single 20s that don't help. If I'm John, I'm grabbing the 18. I'm getting that second number online. Grabs it and can move. Finds the 16s over to the 15s. John Beard looking likely for leg number 1. He said no 3-0 Austin Braswell start in this household. Good shot from John Beard. Chris asked if I've cursed Austin yet. Not yet. I did that to Patrick McLeavy this time. John, you're going to stay steady. Shouldn't be doing anything too crazy. Can't get the 1-2-3 closed now. Still goes for it anyways. I don't mind that at all. Just because he has a kind of moxie to hit that shot. Now, this is a shot where, for Austin, it's like, this is where I would argue normally go for the 7, but John's been so good on those bulls that I think leaving the 4-3 does not help nearly as much as hitting 4 bulls does here. Does hit 4 bulls. Good shot from Austin. John going to push off. Finds that trip on the first. Taking a look at the bull. Finds the double. John to get leg number 1 on the board in this final. Does do so. Good shot from John Beard. Awesome. We'll get to start in this next leg. He started off a little cold. It's going to need to heat up, and he knows it. Boogie Braswell, what do you got in store for us here? Leg number 2. Does find the trip on the second. Just a single in the third. He looks over as if he heard something, but you got those earbuds in. You don't get to claim that. You just go back to your Beyonce, Austin. Boogie, boogie, boogie away. On a 4 in response, John, you can see by the reaction, really wanted more with that dart. His dart said, sorry, that's all you're going to get. And Austin looking aggressive. Yeah, he's starting there. I don't know if I like that with where he's at in this situation. I think he's just trying to get himself settled, get that rhythm and momentum going. Interesting shot selection. Still does enough. 4 marks does not give John the point lead, so he can take the look easily. Five points separated. Stays down and only gets 4 again. Is Austin going to choose an aggressive strategy once again? Looks like it. Doesn't convert on that first dart. Does convert on the second. Now back up to the 20s. Oh, misses the big number. 5-point difference. I don't love it. I understand that he's just trying to spark himself up, but you're leaving John a little bit too easy of a shot to swing the momentum. Oh, but whole lot of nothing there. Only a 1 mark from John. Leads to no consequence. Braswell's just not feeling his 20s. He's going right at these 18s. Should stay. Does stay. Finds 7. Ended up working out for him. See the crowd building up behind, and I'm just impressed that Julio hasn't stolen Savannah's chair yet. Shout out Julio. Yeah, Austin looking happy. He has that 2-number security. First start makes it awkward on that close, but he still adjusts well on the second. And then grabs a double bull. I like that last start quite a lot. Throwing the steel tip method right back at John Beard. John staying stoic. Again, if there's a person that I would want to bet on in a long format, race to four kind of final, John Beard's the one that has the best chance of keeping his mental in that entire building, keeping it the coolest out of anybody. Even if he has a bad leg, even if he struggles for a little bit, he is really good about just keeping a general collection of himself. Makes him exceptional. And that's part of the reason why he really is a Florida legend. And anybody in the Florida Dart community, know who John Beard is. And if you don't, well, welcome to Darts in Florida. No real punishment towards the end of this leg as they are just about to wrap things up. Awesome should be able to wrap it up in this turn. Single bull needed. Does do so. 1-1 here in this race to 4. Still anybody's game. John will get the start in the next leg. And we're some very interesting and contrasting legs for a lot of different reasons, but that one was the slower one between these two guys, and they're both aware of that, knowing that they're going to want to heat things up going into this next one. And that's going to be a huge gift. Only 3 marks on the 20. Austin back to drilling those 19s like he was earlier. Drills the 20 back on down. Can he hit the 9? No, but it is still a gorgeous 7-mark opening. JB going to rebound pretty well. Finds 7 on the 18s, more than pretty well. That's very well. Austin tries to fire, but only a 4-point difference. So he isn't able to change the direction of the situation too much at the moment. John Beard can get himself a shot at the 19s here. Good collect on the second. But no dice on the third. Just a 3-mark on the turn. .26 points separating. Austin decides to stay. Beautiful find. John's going to be pressured. He needs to perform a big turn on these 18s. He's going to want to eventually get a swing. Austin's trying to afford himself a shot where he can go for the 18s and the 17s. I feel like that seems like it would be most comfortable for him. He's going to get a shot like that in this turn. Finds the 19, up to the 18s. Doesn't pin it there. Can stay if he wants. He's looking back down. Does switch. Finds 5. Boogie Braswell gonna need to survive a big shot now from John. John looking to find a 9. Trip 18 for the 19s. But now the frustrations. It's a long day at darts, especially now both these players are veterans of the sport, should be used to playing this. I mean, they started at 3, so they're 5.5 hours into this tournament. So they shouldn't be feeling too much fatigue, especially considering it's only 8:30 at night. It's not even a late night, but doesn't mean they can let off too much. They know that they have to stay sharp and focused, and you can see some variance starting to show in John's game that I don't think was there before. John, all the frustrations in the world. Austin, no frustrations in the world after that first start. Knows he can just continue to march along. Grabs the 15s as well. Trip 16 and 3 bulls away from a 2-1 advantage in this race to 4 final. Started off well for John. Momentum starting to slip into Austin's favor more and more. Even with 5 on the 16s, it's not enough to change the shot here for Austin, unfortunately. Or fortunately, if you're an Austin fan. I guess it depends on your perspective. Just the 1, 2, 3 close it is. Not much John can do. He's hitting the bulls too well to not go for 4 bulls. You have to play that route. I don't know. It's hard because you're hoping for a favor either way. If you close everything around and Austin doesn't hit 3 bulls, I would say John's more likely to hit 4. But Austin hasn't shown any signs of missing 3 bulls. Now that would be a perfect set for a jinx, by the way, if Austin misses the shot. But finds the first bull. And the second for a 2-1 lead. Oh my God, I actually did jinx him. No one clip that. Not one of you in chat right now clip that and send it to Austin. I swear to God. That was our secret. It's only a jinx if he loses the leg, right? John preemptively putting money in the machine? Don't think John realizes the game hasn't ended yet. Yep, there you go. That was him just now realizing it. That's hilarious. He thought that hat trick was in. And Austin just standing there like waiting along. He's like, you can end it if you want. Oh, I was wondering. That was all right. Classic from John Beard playing some mental maneuvers on Austin Braswell. Oh, hilarious. Still finds a hat trick despite the situation. Oh, good stuff from John and Austin. Austin has to be careful. He should be able to still clean this up, but got to cross that finish line. I don't think the antics from John are getting Austin this time around. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, you can't throw up the single bull. You can't leave John a free game shot. He's playing with house money. He already thought the leg was over. Oh, John's going to continue to fight along. Can he get another bull in to add a dart? No, not this time. Austin 3 clear for 1 bull to now make it a 2-1 advantage. Hilarious from John, though. 10 out of 10, even if it wasn't intentional. That's so funny to start putting quarters in while your opponent's waiting for you to hit the winning shot. That is the most hilarious thing anybody could ever do in a dart match. It's like the ultimate disrespect. Like the, hey, this leg's already over. You might want to put your quarters in now. I'm not even thinking about this. Of course, none intended from Florida Darts Hall of Famer John Beard. Here we go. 2-1 with John getting the start. Race to 4, so Austin's taking some advantage, but hasn't taken all the advantage. Now, he did win 4-1 in that seat matchup. John's going to try his best to make sure that isn't the case here to get a different set of results. Austin going to do Austin things as Austin does. 27.9 mark on the day for our stream board. Currently on track to 10x the Queen of the Hill tournament's 9 marks. Solid 5 there from John. But we talked about the difference between these two. John's been really good on his consistent 4 mark, 5 mark find rounds. Austin has just had the more explosive game. That's been the difference maker between these two. That's what separates them. And that's what leads to some very interesting end of league scenarios. John does recover quite well with that second dart. Kristen saying none of them involved me. I was too busy dancing and being the life of the party. Hey, no one was stopping your fun, even if you were in a stream match chit chatting with your opponent and the person next door more than playing in your own match. I respect it, girl. You were there. No one can take that away from you, as no one can take this away from Austin. A beautiful 6 that really should have been a 9. That's a gnarly deflection. Who's going to join two-time Kenny Doyle, one-time Jesse Gore as your winners of this event? A new champion will be crowned today. Good shot from John. Finds 618s. Raswell has a lot of momentum going his direction, but John's doing a good job putting up some brick walls and slowing him down. That's what you need to do right now, because Austin's feeling like anything could be hittable. You need to break that confidence down a little bit. That 2 mark will help your cause. He's starting to get amped up. If you're John, you're thinking, okay, this is the moment where I hit a big swing. Get the momentum, make this 2-2. Or what John's actually thinking, I'm going to go up and hit what I'm aiming at. Oh, that's what I was aiming at. Now to the next thing I'm aiming at. Oh, hit that too. Now to the final thing I was aiming at. Oh, kind of missed that one, but still 7. That's a great shot there from John Beard. They're still goofing over there. Austin is asking something. Not exactly sure. Probably asking for better music recommendations. Is there anything like his restaurant recommendations? Don't do it. It's just Chili's. Which I do like Chili's, but not when I have anything else as an option. This is going to be clipped out of context, and it's going to look like I'm a Chili's hater. I really am not. Best restaurant salsa for nationwide chains. Maybe. There's the 15s for John. Back to the match. Over to the 16s. Grabs those as well for the coffin shot. Does hit a big 7. John Beard making this 2-2 look more and more likely. Austin gonna do what he can. Fish for 4 bulls and hope for a bagel. There's the 4. But still needs hope for a miss. John Beard not looking likely to falter. Trip 18. 2 bulls needed. 2 bulls found. Wipes the sweat off the brow. 2-2 and a 6-0. Great stuff there, as they are still giggling and laughing. There's a lot of respect between these guys. Just heads up, folks. They can read your lips. You're not sneaking away the conversation. We know you're talking smack about the supporters back there. Here we go. 2 legs needed for John to bring this to a final set. 2 legs needed for Austin to have this done and dusted and to join the likes of Kenny Doyle and Jesse Gore as winners of King of the Hill. It's going to be up to see how Austin starts here. He did start with a 9 in the previous leg. He's going to start off well in this one. Needs to regroup. Drop the dart. A little bit of butterfingers. Staying at the 20. Doesn't collect. Yeah, I think that drop dart broke his own focus there. That's why I'm glad he decided to stay, because it's easy to want that dart to be a 19 or an 18. I think the discipline just didn't produce the result he wanted. And John Beard looking better and better as this match progresses. He starts off with a 9 mark. How about that from JB, our 28th of the stream? And Austin's starting to go a little bit left and right. somehow finds that trip 18 in the last. That's a very impressive last start. I'm not going to lie. I had thought there was no chance that one was making it with the way that flight was positioned. So impressive. But John can definitely do some damage here. Split mind between those 20s and 18s. Oh, is he going to let Austin off the hook? He is. Only a 1 mark on the turn. Means that Austin just needs a 5 mark to be forgiven. Well low on that trip. Is he going to adjust? I don't mind the cover shot on the 17 there. This is definitely a little bit of a wacky scenario, though, from Austin. More ticky-tacky than average. Again, John not able to do much. That last start does help. It makes this shot a little bit easier for Austin decision-wise, though. The argument to go for the 17 is lower. He's looking like he wants to go 17 first. He must really not like his 20 right now. No, I don't even know what Austin's got going on. I played with him. That's my partner. In this moment, he's just trying to figure out what works, and now he's 3 numbers up, only down 15 points. This is a turn where John really should consider hitting. Unless I'm hitting 2 trips on that 19, I'm not moving off it. If I hit 2 trips, I'm trying to grab the 20 on the last, make this a 1 to 2 number race. You will see. Oh, this is going to be an unfortunate turn. Yeah, just 2. With 3 numbers, there's an argument now where you can go just right at the 19s because you only need 1 trip to get back up. I'm going to play it a little bit safer than that. Maybe. Still looked a little bit funny leaving his hand. Now whatever you want. Stays there. Now you have 3 numbers and a significant point advantage. This is looking back to Austin's favor. And what was a very strange start to this leg. And John Beard's getting pigeonholed to the 19s. He's doing well with it, fighting 7 on the turn. Yeah, I like the aggression from Austin. Doesn't pan out, so he's going to bail. But with the 3 numbers, that's how you play your 3 numbers properly. It lets you get shots that you otherwise normally wouldn't have had at that close. He got a pot shot in, it didn't go. He was able to pad back up, make sure it was out of range for John. Now, John gets out of the scenario by simply just outscoring Austin for the next couple of throws. That's what you're trying to do. And that's another 7 mark that's continuing to help. Because now you need trip 20 just to get that point lead back. This is where Austin's starting to lose me on the strategy. The single doesn't help the cause. Doesn't find the triple, and he has to close now. So he does. If this 8 mark goes, this is massive. It's a 101 point difference. Or, excuse me, 99 point difference. Read that backwards. There's the 20s. There's the 18s. What a shot this would be for John Beard. Oh my goodness, almost gets it, but goes low on the wire on the 17. Austin gets bailed out. 99 points, though, means he needs a 6 mark. That's not feeling super comfortable. That was a great recovery shot from John. Austin needs to find a triple to help his cause. Does find one the last 14-point difference, but now is starting to face some danger. If I'm John, I'm approaching this by grabbing a 16 or a 15 first. If I trip in the first, I go for 2 single 17s. He's going to want to play this a little bit more aggressive. No, he does go the 16 first. And he's staying, finds a trip, looking for an 8 mark now. Hugs the wire on the last. Doesn't go for the near guarantee close. 62-point difference between these players. 4 17s is what was needed to get up. Still find a trip. Does find a trip. Good last start from Boogie. Very enticing leg right now. 2-2 and a race to 4. Say these guys won it is an understatement. Point lead regained. 17 should go. Last start just needs to hit a triple. Doesn't matter which way you go. That way is the best way, though. Finds a beautiful 15 on the last. Dave Schultz says, has John missed the trip 16 today? Not many. It's probably his highest percentage number on the stream today. Austin hits a beautiful 4 bowls. This is great play down to the end of this leg. The beginning of it was a bit strange of a start off, but where they're at right now, this is a good back and forth. 17-point difference means 2 singles has to get hit on one of these numbers, making it harder to shoot the bull in this turn if you're John. Finds the trip on the second. You knew he wasn't going to miss it much. Hits a 4. Double bull still gives Austin a shot. It's not enough to push it out of range. You need that last start to be a trip. Double bull, trip, trip. There's the double bull. Doesn't find the trip 16. Back to the bull. Still a great shot from Braswell. John now going to continue to try to mount a defense. His reliable 16s are still available. Only a 4-point gain so far. That doesn't help. Only 20 points up. Austin will get another shot at this more than likely. Oh, and he misses the big bull on the first. Decides to stay there. 30 points. Same thing now. John needs at least 2 marks. This is such an important leg. This leg probably decides this match. It feels like that at least. Gets a trip on the first. Is he going to try to hit a bull, start marking it up? He tried to. Falls out. Good miss. But doesn't hit enough again to get the game shot out of reach. Another double bull first start for a 1-point advantage. Doesn't get the swing this time. He's going to continue to try to add darts. Smart play from Austin Braswell. No reason to try to stab that 16 with the point up. At this point, you're just trying to play for a clean shot. Continue making John work. Try to force an error. John, on the other hand, you're doing everything right too. Calculated attempts when they happen. Gets another attempt here. He stayed. That's a big risk on that stay. Single bull, double 16, trip 15 is now the shot. He's taking a gamble. Austin finds the first bull. He's going to resettle himself. I like that. Wasn't a very cozy looking first bull. 2 16s and a 15. Doesn't find the 15. Back to the bull. Good double on the last. Makes it interesting. But John did a good job of making this shot a little bit easier on himself with the 2 bulls there. This is only focus on getting the point lead back first. Needs a 4 mark to be able to do so. And 1 bull for a 3-2 lead. Does get it. John Beard has an advantage in this matchup, like he did when he started off 1-0. Austin needs to win this leg to get to a last leg decider. John needs to win this leg to send it to another race to 4. This is an intense one, folks. Here we go. Awesome. We'll get to start once again. That was an absolute battle to the end of that leg. Not really many errors, just a little bit more success one way or the other from these players. When it comes to that, I don't think there was many critical shots that I didn't like the way they were shot. I would say that's some excellent play watching the 16-15 and bullseye battle. Austin finds 5 to get things going. Oh, John finding another successful onslaught of the 19s. Good stuff there. Finds 6 to get things going. Momentum in John's favor. Austin going to play this one a little tight. He's going to take some risks, and that one's going to pay off. Beautiful 7 mark in response. John showing some stabbing there. Felt like he was hitting the heart from Austin. All I want is this to go to a last league decider. This is a good matchup between these guys. A lot of fun. Good 7 mark right back from JB. These guys definitely play on the performance of 2 guys that deserve to be in this final. Good correction on the second dart for Austin. Decides to stay. Does leave a potential 9 mark option here for John, who's definitely raised his gear up throughout this final. Again, age is like fine wine. 17-point lead, has the chance. Oh, he floats that one a little bit. You can tell he wanted it. Good shot, but only 7 means that Austin will get a chance to return to sender. Finds the 18s immediately. I like the aggression. Single 20s the bare minimum. And finds a trip on the last. Very reminiscent of his 19 shot. Good stuff from Austin. Another well-timed 7 mark. 6-0 plays 6-6-7. John to give himself a little bit of a hop. Trying to get that dart up and going. Good second dart. This is what John did in the last leg against Austin, was put up enough roadblocks where Austin was coming out swinging, slowed him down enough, and then was able to collect at the end. Austin staying on that 17. I don't like that stay. First one just wasn't close enough. Gives up a free turn. That's unpredictable. And this is going to be a punish. Could be a huge punish coming in. Potential 8 mark from John Beard. No, it's just a 6. Austin can say, okay, I got away with that one again. 2 singles does get him that point lead back. Oh, Braswell having trouble. Needed that second dart to go in. And the third. Good stuff from Austin. 81 point difference between these players. What a battle between these guys. John Beard, Austin Braswell going left and right, back and forth, up and down, topsy-turvy. 4-point lead now for John. Austin keeps dropping that first dart low. This time doesn't correct well in the second. A trip on the turn. Good saving dart. These darts definitely are not lasering quite as much as they just were earlier. Finds the 4 necessary to take the swing at the 20. Hugs the wire, and that's now the 3rd or 4th attempt of John Beard trying to close that last start 20. Only was able to convert 2 marks in those attempts. Austin has not yet been able to really capitalize on one of those misses. These trip 20s are not tight right now. You can even see him throwing up his arms. He knows that the darts are getting away from him a little bit. He knows the momentum is now fully in John's hands. I want to see single 20 and then the rest 17s. Gonna shoot it more traditional. Single 20 for a 40-point deficit. Oh my gosh, John missed another opportunity at the 20. Austin needs to regroup. He normally wouldn't be getting this many favors from a normally very collected John Beard. He's taking a look. Massive find on the 3rd dart. It was a must-hit dart, as he did not opt for the trip close. Now 40-point advantage. Unlucky bounce on the 1st. Gonna regroup for John. Needed 7 on the turn. Now just looking for 3. Gets the close and says, why couldn't you do that last time? Also knows this is a big shot though. This is to be able to go into the bulls with a 40-point advantage and to bring it back to 3-3 in the final. Finds the first start with ease to the 15s. Big trip to help lock this one in. Goes back to the 16s. Doesn't guarantee the leg, but it definitely helps make that shot feel a lot more satisfying, a lot safer. A single 15 doesn't help out very much. I like the discipline there from Austin. It's easy to chase the glory knowing that trip 15 locks the leg in, because it would have been 2 numbers and 55 points. But knowing that your opponent can do that channel 7 mark, it was wise, because now he just needs 2 15s and you'll have a 28-point advantage going into the bowl. This last start needs to be a trip if it's backup points. And it is a trip. Puts it up a significant amount. 7 bulls now needed for John to be able to regain the point lead and get the close on the bulls. So 7 bulls and the 16s. Going to be looking to find as many bulls as he can get in this shot. There's 3. If he hits a trip 16 and leaves 4 bulls, decided to stay. With that shot selection, Austin should still start the bull. Finds the first. And the second. Needs one more for a last leg decider. Not quite. Drops it. Three bulls needed. Double bulls down by 1 point. 3 bulls and a trip 16 to send this to a new set would be insane. But it might be the exact thing we're going to get. No! You hit the dead center on the first start and dropped the second. Austin back there taking a huge deep breath, knowing again he is getting away with 1. Austin knows he has to collect here. If he loses this leg, it's a spiral into that next set. Needs at least a single. You have to throw at least a single. You can't do that. Even he finds a trip, bails himself out, but you can't do that. Now leaving an easier shot for John. 2 bulls and a trip 16. No, give me. What is happening? John misses outside. Now needs double bull. Not going to get the shot back. What is happening at the tail end of this first set? Only a 10-point difference. Austin should throw that first start bull, get him that confidence, and then hit that big single 16. First start bull, big single 16. Good shot there. We are 3-3, folks. If Austin wins this last leg decider, it is over. If John wins it, we go to another race to 4. John Beard, Austin Braswell. I could watch this match all night long. I'll tell you that much. These guys having some fun, laughing, joking around with each other. John high on the diddle. Austin, can he punish? Oh, that slipped out of his hand. I think John got it. I think John got the start. See them just making sure there's enough credits in the board that they're all loaded in. So need one more dollar. Where's Julio in the bag of quarters? That man has one job. 2 jobs. He's got to pay me too. All right, here we go. Last leg decider in this final. John Beard does get the darts. Austin failed to punish on that tiddle. How much will it hurt? John throws that first start, realizing he wished he had a couple extra warm-ups at the board. Second place, $500. First place, $1,000. And John Beard off the margins. Wayward first round. Austin throws that first one high. Gotta make sure to get at least the close in the 20s. That's what you're thinking right now. Job done. Should be able to get some extra. Finds 5. Austin now gets forgiven. He effectively has won the diddle and spotted a single 20. What is going on? John has something going on with his darts. You can see him showing his release every time. Felt like he wasn't snapping the dart right. Second one, pretty much bang on perfect. It's definitely looking a little different there. Austin's going to try to stay collected. He's going to take a look at this 19. His 19s have been pretty sharp today. Over top. Needs to be careful with this last one. Big old single does get that there for the close. This is going to be interesting, folks. JB can't throw below a 3 this whole leg. Expect a good shot to be coming in here. Finds the 18 on the first. Room to grow. Gets a 4, but doesn't take the point of entry from Austin. This is where I want to see extreme caution from Austin. Figure out your 20s by pounding in a big 7 on them. Good correction on the second. I don't even consider 18s on this third dart. Yeah, I wouldn't even thought about it. They're both definitely feeling frustrated right now. They know something's up with their own games, but neither one can punish the other guy for struggling. And that's probably what's eating at them the most. John needs to collect a trip. He's not happy with these darts. It's not like either of them thought it was over once their opponent got the 3. Like, they knew that this last leg decider was coming. So this is just weird to see this much of an adrenaline dump. Austin does close the 18s. He's going to try to move with this leg. If he can find the 17, it'd be huge. Just a 5. Does leave a chance at an 8 mark, by the way. John Beard would need to collect trip onto the 20s. Richard, they're not allowed to be tired. These guys are professionals. Talking about darting legend John Beard and Austin Braswell, who thinks he's modeling a better beard, but he is not. That very unfortunate turn from John Beard might be all it takes to put this one out of reach. Austin can really seal this game up from this position. Hasn't been a door slammed, but that's definitely a door jam of some kind. John Beard now starting to get to the outside looking in on this leg. 16s or 15s need to go in his favor. He's probably thinking to himself, where were these darts just a couple throws ago? What the heck is he's going to go ahead and hit a 9? No, it's a 7. Austin, I like that he has the mark on the 15. Makes the shot a little bit more favorable for him. He's just going to play it traditional, though. 1, 2, 3 on the 16. He's too close to the finish line to do anything too crazy. His darts are definitely really tight, but he's getting rewarded because right now, John just feeling a little bit tighter at the wrong time. It was almost a 4-2 win for John Beard to send us to the second set. Is now looking likely for Austin to potentially get a 4-3 win. John's going to make his last stand on these 15s and bowls. Is there enough runway left for him to still land this safely and continue the dart match? Are we in a tailspin to a final decision? Been live now for 6 hours, folks. Appreciate each and every one of you. John Beard does get the point lead back by 4 points. Austin needs a big 3 mark. 2 15s and a single on the 20s or 17s does the job. Big single needed on this last. Big single found. 4-3 advantage going into the Bulls with 2 numbers. John can make this real funky. He can go for some closes. If he hits 4 bulls, it already makes it a little funky for Austin. He needs to hit at least 3 bulls to make this a challenge, though. Only gets 1. I don't know if that's enough to really dissuade Austin. It definitely takes away any game shot possibility, so you can start the bull now if you're Austin. And this might be all she wrote. There's 1. There's 2. For the title, Austin Braswell gets it done. It might not have been the cleanest walk through the finish line at the end, but it's a finish line nonetheless. Austin Braswell is your king of the hill. John Beard lost to 1 man today, and that was Austin Braswell. Made this a lot tighter than we saw in that seat match, and you can see Julio Bag of Quarters handed out some pay money. Good stuff. Love to see every bit of it. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for your support today. Again, congratulations to Austin Braswell joining Chrissy Grimmel as your king and queens of the hill for 2025. Love every bit of it. Thank you all for tuning in. Big shout out one more time to Eclipse Designs and King State Bar and Grill for having me and Eagle Eye Sports come here and stream this event. Look forward to seeing you guys at the start of next year. Hopefully you guys enjoyed hanging along with us. Give us a follow one more time if you're still here. But that will do it. You can see the photos getting taken. Thank you all, folks, for tuning in. I'm DiChiria signing off. I'll be seeing you guys on Monday for the CSC Challenger Series.